So I gotta explain something super quick. So there I was, tired. I was like, no problem. I'm gonna go, I'm gonna lay down. And then I woke up 5 minutes ago. Or rather, 5 minutes before I started streaming. So at this point, that would be about 11 minutes ago. So I think I needed that. I didn't even eat lunch. I had Snickers. And I saw the time and I was like, oh my god! That's why I didn't have refresh my water. Usually one of the first things I do when I go up to get lunch is I refill my waters. But I didn't actually go up to refill. I didn't go up to get lunch. Anyways. I had paperwork I wanted to get done. I had roulettes I wanted to get done. I had a little bit of off-camera questing I wanted to get done. But no. Chikunk. Speaking of, thank you very, very much, Polbows, for your sub off-camera. If you happen to be seeing this, much obliged. Thank you. And if you happen to see this and tell me what you want to put it towards, please let me know. Okay, so... Lore, I'm so glad you could make it. I am equally thrilled by your arrival, though I expect I must apologize for the sudden invitation. Yes, you should, but more importantly, I'd like to know what the scheme is and how you intend to involve us. Oh my, so quick to assume the worst. Oh, there it is. While I would love nothing more than to lay bare all my dirty secrets, it would be prudent to discuss my proposal first. Loath though I am to admit, this song keeps invading my brain. A draper shop, but recently launched by the company, has not been well received by the locals. Our intention was to promote the sales of imported apparel woven by the Uldan Weavers Guild. Alas, it seems Western fashions hold little appeal for the citizens of Kagane. So we rethought our strategy. How we would produce Hingen couture, but with world-renowned Uldan silks. Kimono, as they are the favored choice of wear in the Far East. I'll keep Rowena over Hancock, to be honest with you. But really, let's be honest, let's just kill them both. Just kill them both. Rather, that was our plan until our seamstress fell ill. It was as I faced the unpleasant decision of abandoning this venture entirely that I chanced to hear Tataru's boutique and the assortment of Far Eastern-styled equipment they had to offer. We're referring to the samurai and ninja-inspired sets, yes? Indeed. By putting your exemplary goods on display, the East Aldernod Trading Company would be demonstrating that we, a Western trader, are capable of making garments suited to the needs of local patrons. Actually, yeah, Lolorito... Well, we've talked about him a lot. He really is the Lex Luthor here. He is a net benefit to the setting, and to us in particular. Because, you know, he actually wants to benefit the setting. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I've been informed you wish to establish a foothold in Higashi and East Arthur. What better way to make your Kagane debut than to have us showcase your quality wares? So now that's appeal, I admit. The perfect venue to gauge interest in our goods. Isn't it just? If I might take your grudging concession as a sign of interest, perhaps we can discuss the finer points of my proposed partnership. Oh, we'll be discussing it at length, but I've yet to see how any of this would involve lore. Indeed. Not long ago, I crossed paths with a group of certain someones who were eager to call on lore again. I found myself quite taken with them, charming as they were, and I felt compelled to facilitate the reunion, and of course one can never collect too many favors. Alas, I know you are predisposed to question the motives behind any invitation from the East Alderman trading companies, and with good cause, I concede. So instead, I invited you here under the guise of assisting Tataru with a boutique-related affair. I hope you'll forgive the deception. Rest assured, you'll be rewarded for your aid in this matter with your choice of recompense. I take primals to kill. Just before your arrival, I took the liberty of informing my new acquaintances that you would soon be making landfall on these shores. They asked that you meet them at Sakazuki in the Ruby Sea as soon as you are able. I believe it is a matter of some urgency, so if you could travel there forthwith. Excellent. I leave them in your capable hands. Don't worry, I'm no stranger to Hancock's tricks. I'll make sure not to agree to anything until we've just settled every last detail. Just do what must be done. Really, Wenlock? Fascinating. I wonder what they're up to. One moment. Okay. I wonder if they broke up. We need to make like a reality TV show about them. Oh my god, it's hideous! That's fixed. I've thought for a while about a game idea. I'm not sure which genre would best suit it. Where favors are an actual currency that you can obtain and utilize. Yes, USN Corp. It's because I don't have one set of armor per class. I have one tank suit for 4 classes. And one piece of striking suit, and one piece of... I don't remember what all were. One casting, one healing, one fending, one striking. And whatever the other one is. Well, now you're just talking gibberish to me. For real, I actually don't know what you're talking about, if you can link something to a class, because to my knowledge, like this over here, this isn't a class. This is a gear set. Thank you for the sub, Epic. I do appreciate your support, as I always do. I apologize for being caught in the middle of a cutscene. I mean, this is FF14. You're always going to catch me in the middle of a cutscene, right? It's going towards Yakuza Kiwami 2, Yakuza 3, R, and the Resident Evil block. We'll apply glamour plates here. I'll come back to that in a minute. Oh yeah, that's another minor thing that irritates me about this game. Everything to do with transmog. Just while we're there. Just wanted to complain about that really quick. What's really sad is it's been getting better. Apologies, Laura. I pray you've not been waiting long. You look surprised. Did Hancock not tell you who requested your aid? Ah, but never mind that. I am simply glad you're here. Yes, 2 die channels. How have I been? Well, my training as the next Genbu continues apace. I must tell you, my friend, each day has been more trying than less. Do these quests not open up if you haven't done these chains, out of curiosity? Like, this is the Four Lords chain. Previously we had the Mach chain. And the next one we're doing is the weapon chain. I've done all 3 of those. That's what I figured. Just the other day, the auspices placed 99 wasabi-filled takoyaki on a platter before me, instructed me to divine which single ball out of the entire batch was not filled with that dreadful spice. Training to sharpen my foresight, they claimed, but it felt more akin to torture. By the end, I was reduced to a dithering sea turtle swimming in a puddle of my own tears. Oh, wow! That's to say, I'm only marginally closer to assuming my place as one of the Four Lords. Get to the point already, Sorbonne. I was just about to arrive at it. Come, my friends, show yourselves. I love wasabi, and by wasabi I of course mean horseradish. That sounds awful. It's been some time, Laura. I'm relieved to see you in good health. I understand you've been through a great deal. Your concern is unwarranted. This is the man who quelled our Ara Mitama and inherited Tenset's legacy. There's no trial he cannot overcome. Yeah, I killed Despair. You misunderstand me, brother. That or you deliberately insinuate I lack faith in Laura's capabilities. Enough! We indebted ourselves to the merchant to obtain this meeting. Let us not distract ourselves with this nonsense and get to the heart of the matter. Very well. You may not know this, but Senri's craving for Dango often brings her to Kugane. It was during such a visit she spied a suspicious individual on Kugane Dori. A man who not only wore raiments identical to Tenzin's, but claimed to be his long-lost descendant. His descendant was selling good luck charms devoid of benediction. His ploy is plain. He uses Tenzin's name to trick fools into buying rubbish. Any who would dare sully Tenzin's name shall face my wrath. My flames will cleanse him of sin and burn his soul to ash. Too merciful a punishment, I say. Let's personally render unto him every pain imaginable. By the kami, is it possible they both succumb to the Aramitama once more? No, they're just pissed. The charlatan boasts of more than an esteemed heritage. He also claims to have the Four Lords at his beck and call. Insulting, yes, but I would still rather resolve this without flames and torture. We have to? Having lived apart from men so long, I fear we may be ill-equipped to do so on our own, hence why we have returned to you for assistance. You needn't agree to anything just yet, but why don't we all at least seek out his descendant and take his measure ourselves? I beg your pardon. Putting myself aside, the 3 of you approaching any settlement, let alone one as large as Kugane, would surely cause an uproar. I could kidnap him. Seriously, I'll take him to you. Just bring him out to the middle of a deserted island with a volcano on it and say, hi, these are the Four Lords. Would you like to say anything to us? Let us reconvene in Kagane. Sorbonne is to go first, while we three shall make our own approach separately to avoid attracting undue attention, just in case. Oh my god, why, Churin? Oh god, it's Giga Pudding! Wait. Wait. Hi, Act. Giga, you are truly terrifying. But I'm sure you knew that. No, I saw that act. In fact, I've been following that case pretty closely. Or I should say I was following that case pretty closely. Jesus. Oh! Thank you, Game Geek. Always appreciate you. No, they fumbled like a wet blanket, a wet house of cards. I don't know what to call that. They folded. They folded like an ace high. Thick 1. Colony ship. Mass effect. And shoutouts to Croatia. Croatia. And now it's time to have... I don't know what you call elephant meat. Ah, well. Long has it been since I've walked the streets of a city this size, and so wants to visit a tea house with Tenzin. I accompanied him in disguise, how my heart raced at the thrill and joy of it, until a priest saw through my glamour. Oh, the commotion that followed. I don't think I haven't noticed you eyeing my costume. If you must know, I acquired it during my travels in the West. I'm rather fond of its soft, fluffy texture. We met Hancock by pure chance. Recognizing us as the auspices of legend, he said he wished to help us out of the kindness of his heart. I almost believed him. It's like believing Giga Pudding would do something out of the kindness of her heart. When in fact she's just spreading the pudding way across the world. It seems we have managed to arrive with little fuss. But only the Kami know how long our presence will remain secret. Again with the needless worrying, our disguises are perfect. Oh god! None may suspect you are the forlorns at first glance, but you are suspicious in the extreme. Yeah, Giga! We could have used our power to assume the form of men, but those of keen sight would still be able to discern our true nature. The costumes are an innocuous alternative. There's nothing innocuous about them. Senri said she found the swindler in Kagane Dori. Yes, let's head there at once. Super sauce. Gather round, friends. Gather round. As you noted, surmise from the crimson armor, I am the proud descendant of Tenzin, famous hero of Eld, who once slew an entire host of fearsome Oni. Do not take my word for it. Behold! In this hand I hold Tenzin's beloved katana, the Phoenix Blade. How could you tell? I don't know what it looks like, but if he's got the Phoenix Blade, he must be who he claims. The clumsy co-conspirator. Yep. The most common scam trick in the book. Seed the crowd. Seriously, this is scamming 101. Idiots, the true blade has remained in our care since Tenzin's passing. Something seems off. I see. There are some who will remain unconvinced. Very well. Leave me no choice. Let me introduce you to my sworn allies, the Four Lords. Why have we not killed this man yet? That's your signal. I expect my money's worth. Like, I'm sorry, but I have an extraordinarily low tolerance for scammers. Introducing Genbu, the Turtle Auspice Informer and Foreseer of Calamity. Suzaku, Avian Auspice, Master of Flames of Resurrection. Seryu, Dragon Auspice and Devourer of Young Maidens. Last but not least, we have Byako, Small and Fluffy Feline Auspice. Why am I alone, a cuddly creature? Surely he could have hired a Thwathgar or a Mikote to portray me. This did not slander your character. Devourer of Young Maidens? What is this rabble? All who've heard the tale of Tenzin know the Four Lords are beasts, not three mummers and a cat. These are the unglamoured forms, so they assume, so they may roam the realms of men undiscovered. Surely you can imagine the chaos that would ensue if they were to go about undisguised. Even so, there's no way they'd wear such ridiculous outfits. Hang on, let me update my Citra really quick for absolutely no reason. Because I actually need Citra to be in a workable status for my job. Like, seriously. Citra is the only viable way I have for streaming 3DS games. I'm literally streaming 4 3DS games in like, the next couple of weeks here. I need this to be working. Go. Moving on. Uncertain, Lunarith. Right now, so we got the other raid series, but I'm kind of waiting until people are available, so... Oh, Speedwitch Lunarith. I forgot to tell you yesterday. You are awesome, you can do great things, and you're worthwhile. Getting hold of 3DS games, the actual ROMs, is kind of a problem for me because ripping that is just a pain in the ass. But yes, is the answer to your question, Act. This farce is infuriating. I will not abide with him making a mockery of the bonds we shared with Tenzin. You're of one mind, my sister. He must be silenced. I don't think I need context for that, Lunarith. I think that just applies. Does Tenzin even have a descendant? There's nothing in the legends about him fathering any children. There was mention of one who loved him more dearly than life itself. The woman to whom I owe my storied lineage is none other than the sublime crimson beauty standing before you, Suzaku. I may or may not have a homebrew 3DS, but capturing from it is a colossal pain. Oh my god. Let him speak. Perhaps he's not wholly deserving of immolation. How easily your rage is quelled. Having proven my ancestry to your satisfaction, my lords and ladies, I bid you to partake of my good fortune, for I have auspicious wares to share with you today. Tenzin put countless Oni in the sword, to the sword long ago, but only by the graces of these miraculous good luck charms. Just one will confer unto you all manner of fortune, good health, happy family, scholarly achievement, financial success, romantic fulfillment, and much, much more. But that's not all. Purchase a charm now, and I'll even throw in a stylish strap featuring a Four Lords design of your choosing. My stock is limited, so be sure to buy while supplies last. I'll take 2. No, 10! Of course, you know, the co-conspirator's the one to buy first. Again, scamming 101. My blood boils to see Tenzin's good name used in this manner. As does mine. We cannot sit idly by and allow this kid you, which is what you are doing. Those people are currently being scammed out of their money now. So can we go stop that, please? Well, that's pretty much why I wanted to mention it, but Ruth. It's too easy to get stuck into that spiral. Lest you worry, despite his preposterous depiction, we have no intention of harming the swindler. Oh, I do! He's a swindler! Screw him! I'm cool with executing the asshole. That somebody would fall for such an obvious deception. No matter the age, mortals only see that which they wish to. He's most persuasive and cunning adversary. I was nearly convinced I had given birth to Tenzin's child. Lady, how many times did you have sex with the man? He seemed quite pleased with himself as he packed up his stall. Business was good, no doubt. Yeah, and we just allowed him to get away with all that money. We're horrible. We are part of the problem here. With care and preparation, we also have deftly encountered accusations of fraud. A more clever approach is needed. We must limit his ability to spin more lies. Have you any ideas? Yeah, it's called My Sword. Indeed, our very existence alone is enough to prove his claims false. When it's settled, you shall play the role of Tenzin's true descendant. Suzaku, you are not my mother. We shall accompany you with us at your side. The imposter will have no choice but to confess. Still, we'd be wise to prepare for contingencies. That's what the sword's for. It's up to us to find and confront the swindler. Are you familiar with the city? I bid you lead the way. I would also know more of his true identity. Of all the heroes of legend, why claim Tenzin's name? The answer may help us stop him without resorting to violence, since some of you apparently lack the stomach for it. Oh man, I love invoicing, Zira. I have done quite a bit of that in my life. Kami be praised to have Tenzin's descendant and get this good luck charm besides. What a fool I was to doubt him. He who commands the four lords of legend. As long as I have this, my fortune will surely swell. Oh my god! Ah! Okay. There's nothing to see here. Oh, has my good luck charm caught your eye? If you wanted one for yourself, you were sadly out of luck. The merchant selling them said it was the last of his stock, and he did not think he would be able to acquire more. Sword to the gut, Linareth just... But if you wish to hear it from him, he was heading towards Tasagare Bridge. You'll know him by his attire. I swear he was the spitting image of Tenzin from the storybooks. She speaks of yonder bridge, doesn't she? Let's have taken note of your quarry as we passed. Indeed. I do not, Triaxia, no. Have I seen a man claiming to be Tenzin's descendant? The one who was selling good luck charms by the dozens, you mean? No, he didn't come this way, but Kami can be strength. I'll never understand how people can be so gullible. Desperation and fear, usually. Oh, well, look who it is. I will kill you. Without hesitation.
For quite some time. What brings you to Kagane this eve? A hawker claiming to be Tenzin's descendant. Probably Ishu. I saw him not long ago. Yes.
You know him?
My peculiar and suspicious friend. There's no merchant in Kagane who hasn't heard of the entrepreneur. He's made a fortune masquerading as Tenzin's heir. It's a brilliant scheme, very profitable. Tried to get on myself, but the brand will suffer no competition.
Who is this baron of whom you speak?
The soy sauce? Who else? Kageyama. Dangerous man. Yes, yes. Fingers in every pie. I fear him almost as much as I envy him.
How many times do I have to teach the baron the same lesson?
Oh, you've had dealings with him, have you? Hey.
You know, I don't mean to comment on this, but look at the quality of the shadow on us, and look at the extremely low quality of the shadow of both of those two. Like, why? Why do we have such a higher quality shadow?
If you know, you know. Ishu, on the other hand, is still something of an enigma. A skilled seamster dedicated to his craft, yet he partnered with Kageyama. I never would have guessed he had it in him.
There's more to this than meets the eye. We must investigate further. Have you any idea where Ishu is gone? Oh my god, the more cohesive of a person we are, the solider our shadow. It makes sense! Wake up, sheeple!
You want information? Yes, yes. I want coin. Give me coin. I'll give you information.
That can be arranged if you're willing to journey to Ryzen Temple. Our friend Furry can escort you.
Temple? And one I've never heard of at that. Wait, is that the sort of place where mortals fear to tread and malevolent spirits do dwell?
Malevolent spirits? No, no. Just a somewhat ominous crystal.
I'll take your word for it. As for Ishu, he came to me and requested passage to the Isle of Beko, where he was to rendezvous with Kageyama. I refused. Better not to involve myself in the Baron's affairs, you understand.
Gyodo, was it? You have our thanks. We shall fulfill our end of the bargain. You need not fear. I mean, how many times have we punched him in the face? And Lise, too. Or Reese. Oh god, what's her name? It's Lise, it's Lise. There's no time to waste. I shall have a messenger instruct Byako and Sorbin to meet us at the Isle. I do love it when regular idiots threaten me. It's funny, honestly. Like a vacation. Republic Commando, DBZ Kakarot, and Grand Theft Auto 6. Thank you for being part of the show, Croatia. Now to kill Sean. I mean. Convince Sean of the glory that is Mass Effect 2's invincible, incredible, awesome, spectacular wonderfulness. A lot of people prefer Mass Effect 1. I will admit I do not understand why, but it is a common enough sentiment. No, the weird one is the people who prefer Mass Effect 3. I feel like someone's here, waiting for me, watching, with a blade in her eyes, just like that. There we go. Mass Effect 3 has plenty of good things in it. Do you remember how well it scored overall? Well, she's dead. You know what's really funny is I've heard several people, including me, defend certain aspects of Mass Effect 3. And then I replayed it for the review. And the more I reviewed it, the more I realized Mass Effect 3 was even worse than I remembered. I don't mean that as a dig, I mean that as a statement of fact. Like, even I was like, wow, this section is not as good as I remember it being. There's still good stuff in it, don't mistake me. But, ugh. Ishu and Kageyama will want to keep away from prying eyes, somewhere near these rocks, perhaps. Let us take cover and eavesdrop on their conversation when they join us. I love using the danger music for this, of all things. Fine day's work, Ishu. It pays to have fools for customers. Master Kageyama, please, this cannot continue. I shudder to think how the four lords would react if they learned of our crimes. Remind me, who was it who delivered you from a life of destitution after you lost your job as a seamster? Pray tell, who? You, Master Kageyama, and I'm forever grateful to your help, but without which my family would be there without a house and home. But even so, what we're doing is wrong. Want to wash your hands of this dirty, dirty business and be a seamster again, is that it? Once the truth comes out. And I would see that it does. Who would dare to trust you? No, Ishu, you're going to continue to act or you and your kin will starve in the streets. For some reason, I found myself with a giant sword in my gut. It's very bizarre. Wahahahahaha. So that's the way of it. Ishu is coerced by Kageyama into this performance, and for his family's sake cannot stop. Indeed, in light of this, how shall we proceed? You know, are you familiar with the concept of pig butchering? Anybody in chat? I only heard the term myself somewhat recently. Although I am familiar with the concept of pig butchering well before that. Yeah, John Oliver recently did a thing about it, but pig butchering is something I've been pushing back against for a while now, for obvious reasons. The reason I bring that up specifically is that... let me actually rewind a little bit. You remember those call centers where they would have people just cold call people and be like, hey, give us money or die? Remember that? Well, those people obviously are not people I'm overly fond of, but in an inordinate quantity of cases. Oh, gigapudding. In an inordinate quantity of cases, the people working at those jobs aren't really the people who deserve the majority of the blame there. It's the people who take advantage of them, either in terms of literal slavery, like has been happening overseas, or in more, more civilized cases. There's situations where, well, you don't have a job and you're out of work as a seamster, and I'll give you a job. I could get you some kind of money so you and your family could still eat. And you understand immediately why I'm bringing this up. So, the people who deserve the sword here are the people who are actually behind all this crap. And those people, let me be very clear, are scum. They deserve to die. So I hope we get to kill him here. They're not going to let us, but that would be nice. So yeah, let's go help, and let's kill his stupid face off. Hi. Who are you, and why are you wearing such ridiculous outfits? Thanks, dude. Hearken to me, mortal. I will suffer you sully Tenzin's name no longer. Defy me and you shall not like the consequences. Sully Tenzin's name, you say? His flesh and blood are free to do with what they please. Unless you can prove Ishu is not in fact his descendant, I suggest you get out of my sight. And prove it we shall. Lore. It is time we revealed our true selves to these mortals. Call me forfend. This cannot be. Hi! Flame-kissed katana. Is that the Phoenix Blade? For the crimes you have wrought in Tenzin's name, your punishment will be severe indeed. Beg not for mercy, for you shall not receive it. Take heart, my dears. I shall make your deaths painless. Hearken to my melody. There's no turning back. Steel yourselves. Anybody? Somebody help me! What's that? Not only do you possess the Phoenix Blade, but the Four Lords themselves stand at their side. Are you Tenzin's descendant? In a manner of speaking. Have mercy, I beg of you. I vow never again to use the name of your ancestor. You have my word. How many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man? Rax, that's the best pun today. I want you to know that. I do not blame Master Kageyama for fleeing in terror, yet odd as it sounds, I did not feel like you meant me harm. Well, because we didn't. A mere illusion, the man loses his head. Some baron he is. It is thanks to Fury we made it here in time, and now we can rest easy in the knowledge that Kageyama's scheme has been ended. Yeah, why did we let him live? Sometimes you just have to kill Jabba the Hutt, okay? Do you know how much better a place the galaxy was after we killed... after they killed Jabba the Hutt? That's not a joke, it's a plot point. At Tenzin's behest, I once again played the role of ferocious tiger to frighten the people of a village, and drive them to flee before they were buried in a landslide. He took part... Do you know how many things I've killed in my career, Blade Dwarf? He took part in the deception as well, but to be honest, your acting put his to shame. Have you considered auditioning at the Muji's Koza Theater? Honored lords and lady, descendant of Tenzin, I know not how to make amends for my sins. Though actions speak louder than words, I wish to say I am truly sorry. Man or beast, we all make mistake. I am told you are a master seamster. I might not go far as to say master, but with my skill I managed to put food on the table. Perhaps I can have a word with our old friend. That can wait. We must escort this young man to a safer location. He has followed the Four Lords of Legend. So are you complaining that fiction is unrealistic today, Ruth? Correct. Act. I actually don't have very many 3DS games in general to stream left on my docket, like ever. I've got Samus Returns for the Metroid block, and I've got Ocarina, Majora, and Link Between Worlds for Zelda. You're once more in your debt. It is because of you that this affair can be concluded before Tenzin's reputation suffered irreparable harm. Thank you, Lord. Now that you're no longer bound to Kageyama, what will you do? Well, I know I must take responsibility for my actions. I'll confess my crimes to the Sekikizumi. After I am released from my imprisonment, I shall take up an honest trade once more, and not rest until I've repaid each and every victim of my deception. And yes, I've been meaning to tell you, but I will let Hancock explain when he arrives shortly. Dreadfully sorry I kept you all waiting. I sure hope so, Act. I could do tech tests right now, but... Speak of the devil. And the urchin girl came as well. It's been far too long. You're looking as green as ever, Sorbin of the Blue. And once again, Genbu, it's Tataru. Tataru! Although I'm sure I'll have to remind you next time, too. You are Ishu, the seamster Sorbin spoke of, yes? It is gainful employment you seek, and the Eastern Aldenard Trading Company will be thrilled to hire one of your expertise to work at our draper shop. The seamster in our service fell ill, and we've been looking for a replacement. Without words, I am grateful, truly, but I cannot accept, for once I confess my crimes to the Sekikizumi, they will surely imprison me for a time. Ah, yes, the Sekisagumi. I had a chat with them. They're aware that the scheme was contrived by Kageyama, and you two are a victim. You'll be required to assist them in their investigation, but you shouldn't steel yourself for even a brief incarceration. No, instead, you get a job. Hancock, you have our thanks for calling Lore to our aid. Oh, not at all. I'm pleased to have been of service. I have not forgotten our arrangement, Lore. Have you decided upon a reward? Yes, actually. Oh, that warms the heart. A material to help restore the keepsake of a dear friend. I have just the thing. I won't spoil the surprise now, but I do look forward to it. I suppose we had better run before we return to the city. Before that, you could have called upon me too, you know. It's not like I wasn't part of the whole saving the Ruby Sea from being consumed by roaring flames endeavor or anything. Oh, forgive us, urchin. Tataru. We assumed you were busy. That, and you did struggle mightily to help Laura restrain Sorbin that one time, so there was concern you might not prove a liability should it come to blows. Nevertheless, we will take your words to heart. Perhaps we should assume our disguises amongst men more often. It was a refreshing change of pace on the whole. I would not be against it. We were in a bit of a rush on this occasion, but with a longer visit, we might appreciate men's curious ways. I have no doubt we'll meet again, but I pray the time comes sooner rather than later. We'll never see them again. This is tying off threads, which is the answer to Mr. Red's question. This is the Tataru chain, but really, this is... Oh, you did this content? Well, here's an epilogue to that content. In fact, every quest we've done so far, including the 24-man raid chain, has been an epilogue. All of the content we've covered so far has been some form of an epilogue, even the Hildebrand thing. You got it, Giga Pudding. Whooshing. Now then, I would say we resume Sorbin's training on our return to the temple. Must we go so soon? You did well to apprise Hancock of Ishu's predicament. He may now make amends by putting his talent to good use and continue to provide for his family. Indeed, 'twas behavior befitting one destined to become the next Genbu. Our road ahead is long, but we doubt not that you are worthy, and so we want only to encourage you to reach your full potential. Now eat all this wasabi! If that's how you feel, then I have little choice but to do my best. I knew someone, once upon a time, who took a handful of wasabi and shoved it into his mouth, essentially as a dare. What ensued was honestly pretty gross. Like, essentially vomit, tear gushing, you know. It was pretty bad. Do not recommend. It took him, like, God, a week and a half for his taste buds to recover to work again properly. Hey, Berenian. Thank you for the sub, as always. Oh, he listed it as one of the dumbest things he'd ever done. He regretted it completely. So don't do that. I can still hardly believe the Seki Segumi only wished to question me. Master Hancock step away with words. No, he's got money. Speaking of which, I believe he and Mistress Tataru will be joining us shortly. Yeah, I know we keep comparing these to WoW expansions, but the more I go through this, the more this is the Legion of FF14. Although, to be very clear, I don't think this will beat Legion in score, but that's not really the point. Like, Legion obviously concluded the story of Warcraft. But when I say that, I mean it really concluded it. Like, there were so many tiny little tidbits and story arcs from all over the place that were tied in and then concluded in Legion. Like, you remember going to, I don't know. I can't think of the name of the town. South of Elwyn. Duskshire. Remember going to Duskshire and, you know, finding out that in the wake of all the issues there, they had succumbed to demonic cultery. However, the one daughter had actually resisted that. And yes, I know the fans complained about that. Or, God, there's so many, concluding the story of the merchant traders who worked for Medivh after they'd been cursed by him. That was concluded in Legion. There was so much. There was so much cool stuff in Legion. But we'll get there eventually. We're going to spend several days just doing artifact quests. You realize that, right? Ishu, you'll be pleased to know I've just finished making arrangements for your immediate employment. May your profits soar, and may you give your family the life they deserve. Master Hancock, I do not deserve such kindness. I will do my best to earn my keep. I want you to know I intend to work hard to make up for the many mistakes I made. It's not much, but I have prepared a gift for you as an expression of my gratitude. A set of garments I made before I was embroiled in Master Kageyama's schemes. The lords and ladies of Kagani once held my work in high regard. I hope you will as well. I immediately throw it in the trash. Also, you'll find a little something from me included within. A well-deserved. Wait, what exactly did you give Lore? My eternal reward. I can't say I'm surprised you would try to peddle goods to the Four Lords themselves, but have you no shame? Not that I remember, Linearus, no. In fact, I'm not even sure what you're referencing there, so I'm curious where that's coming from. Regardless, now's as good a time as any to inform Lore of the result of our deliberations. Said result being, we have agreed to an official partnership with the East Aldernod Trading Company, one which I will exploit for all it's worth to make Taru's boutique a household name in Kagane. For my part, I pray it is the start of a mutually beneficial partnership. To business. I would have a tour of this draper shop of yours immediately, if you don't mind. Sorry to cut things short, Lord, but time is money, and I have precious little to spare. Once you've seen to other unresolved matters, I'd be grateful if you turned to Orange Charlayan and inform Magina of our new arrangement. I'm assuming you're talking about the Order Hall quest chain, Lunareth. I'm going to be honest, though. I thought they actually patched out the most egregious of those. I suppose we'll find out when we get there. It's not like even Legion doesn't have negatives. What should we wear to go see Gaius? Oh, I can change this thing now. Let's figure out what's going on here. That's up to you, Act. Not that I have a homebrew 3DS at all. Cough, cough, cough. But I spent more than that for it, so... Look at that, what you will. I was gonna say, remember the worst story in Shadowbringers? Oh, I'm sorry, Berenian. Yes, you put it towards Evil Genius 2, Loop Hero, and MechWarrior 5 Bursters. I did get it. Thank you. Yep, time to go see Screaming! Whoops. That's fine. I was gonna say, considering that whole quest chain kinda sucked. Good fights, but man, just garbage otherwise. What color 3DS? I have one of the Galaxy ones. Hell yeah, brother. Behold the glory that is me. Any questions? And yeah, the Rogue Order Hall was another excellent chain. If I can spoil a little bit, because it is a bit of a spoiler. During the beginning of Legion, an event happens in which the conflict between the Horde and Alliance is kind of rekindled a little bit. Not fully, but it definitely reignites some conflict when there really shouldn't be any. The Rogue Order Hall chain involves finding out which demons are behind that and why. And I find that interesting and frankly a bit brave as a choice, because you would never know that if you didn't play as a rogue. But that's right, if I could be blunt about that. I hate to say it that way, but I actually appreciate the fact that they were willing to lock story behind certain content and just accept the fact that not every player is going to see that story, even though it's kind of a, major plot point. Too many games and movies and books and shows feel the need to feel the need to try and ensure that you know what's going on no matter what, to pretend that the audience is stupid, and just kind of spread the material out so there's no real reason to, for example, go do the rogue quest. But then again, one of the biggest things I will always praise about Legion is the fact that it's actually very, very worthwhile to do every class. It is the only expansion in WoW's history that I, who I've played WoW to death, have ever actually maxed every class. It's the only time that's ever happened. And I did it because it was worth it. I did it because they had unique content that was exclusive to the Mage and to the Warlock and to the Death Knight. And the content was actually good and worthwhile and fun and interesting. There were some little tidbits which weren't as good. I'm not going to lie to you. The Mage Order Hall wasn't great. And the Priest and Paladin ones drifted back and forth between acceptable. And the Warrior one could go straight to hell. But other than that, it was good stuff. I was not expecting you, Lore. Are you perchance aware of the ongoing situation? No. I see. Are you on some other business yet? By the way, Warrior was my main walking into Legion as Miristar. Rogue was good. Death Knight was great. Death Knight was so good. See you around deck. I would say Death Knight was the best of the Order Halls, personally. Like that, they did some great stuff with that. The worst is Warrior, by far, and the best is Death Knight. But there are still several good Order Halls. Like as we just mentioned, the Rogue one was good. I as much as I waffle, both Paladin and Priest are still good. It's just they're functionally the same quest chain. Warlock was good, absolutely. Warlock was especially good for me since I actually did the Green Flame quest chain back in Pandaria. Another thing they tied up, by the way. They tied up so many loose ends in Legion. It's crazy. I admit, not to talk too much about WoW, but I want to kind of tie into why I keep bringing up Legion here. It's because that feel and vibe of tying up loose threads and beginning a new era is a lot of what I liked about Legion. Legion stumbled a lot. Of course it did. But man, it really felt like the end of Warcraft 3. Like it was nearly a cohesive line from Warcraft 3 to Vanilla to BC to Wrath to Kata to Pandaria to Warlords to Legion. That was one story arc. And it felt like it. And I liked that. And it's part of what I'm really liking about these epilogue quests in Endwalker. Now, in WoW's case, they then pissed around for 2 expansions, screwing everything up, before they then did the Now What expansion, which is Dragonflight. I'm hoping we can skip that step. I'm hoping that Dawntrail is not a BFA, and instead is a Dragonflight. Anyways. Samples of military equipment. You have my thanks, but there's a more urgent matter that requires my attention. Received a report that the G-Savior Mark II has been stolen from the hangar in Turncliffe. Oh, we're going to talk about FF14 a lot during the WoW review. There's a lot to compare and contrast between the two. Even though, and I've talked about this many, many times, WoW and FF14 are very, very different animals, but a lot can be learned by seeing how both games have approached their development and their storytelling, because they're very, very contrary to each other, but they follow a lot of the same overall beats, especially as long-term games. I'm here to speak with an eyewitness. If you're willing, I would have you join me. Yeah, FF14 devs have always been quite open about the fact that they play WoW in their spare time. And I would be shocked if that's not true in the reverse. Thank you for coming at such short notice, and with lore no less. As luck would have it, we decided to pay us a visit on another business. Owing to our present crisis, however, I had him accompany me here. That's a very good question, Bladeville. I don't know. Tell me, is it true the Mark II was stolen? It was stolen by sturdy reluctance. For Citizen Sleeper, Goodbye, Volcano High, Futurama, Streaminations. Oh no, I agree, Blizzard no. WoW has, especially more recently in the last couple of years, has very clearly been paying attention to stuff FF14 and Guild Wars 2 have been doing. And I'm not even talking about the obvious stuff. Just the nature of how they're laying out their patch structure and content updates, and the nature of how they're approaching They've gotten rid of most of the borrowed power concept, and they're definitely trying to approach things more from a long-term, the evergreen concept that they always talk about. Yeah, no, they've definitely been taking notes. Thank you, Sturdy Reluctance, for being part of my show. While I was performing maintenance on the Mark I, I caught sight of a man approaching the Mark II and looking very suspicious. A culprit, in other words. Dun dun dun. Oh, and yes, there is a quest in WoW that is literally called Pray Return to the Waking Shores. For those of you not aware of that. Now, that's recent, but again, goes back to what I was talking about. I called out to him, demanding he state his business here, but when he turned around, my heart nearly jumped out of my chest. The man who stared at me was Valens Van Vero, I'm sure of it. Impossible. He breathed his last before my eyes. Yeah, he went, pop! I only know what I saw. Though he wore a visor, the likeness was unmistakable. Even his magenta armor was identical. Pray forgive the interruption. I bring urgent news. These former captors of the 7th Legion insist they speak with you. Please forgive his father. Our father, he... Good afternoon, Evo. Calm yourself, lad. You're safe now, I promise. Now tell us what happened. Father Valens came back and told us to show him where the Warmachina are. We know how to get in here, so we sometimes come in for a peek at the big machines. After telling Valens how to sneak inside, he made off with the G Savior Mark II. Given what you boys have been through, I know how difficult it must have been to confess what happened. Your bravery is commendable. Gaius is weirdly good with kids, have you noticed that? We best return to the orphanage. Fear not, we will deal with this so-called Valens. Oh yeah, that's another thing. This seems like a minor thing, but you know another thing WoW has been doing very right in Dragonflight? They don't really have dailies anymore. I mean, they have repeatable content you can do, but instead of respawning or resetting every day, it resets every 3 days or every 7 days. In short, take a break. We'll be there later. That's true with world quests. That's true with the actual dailies they have up at the island chain. I can't think of the name of it right now. And it's true with the way of how they do their events. And the events have almost pulled straight out of Guild Wars 2, by the way. Well, I highly doubt he has returned from the dead. If that Warmachina has fallen into the wrong hands, the consequences will be catastrophic. We must give chase, and swiftly. Will you lend us your aid? You have my gratitude. We will set out to reclaim the G-Savior Mark II as soon as you're ready. Pray inform the Ironwork staff when you have seen to your preparations. So you actually head out tomorrow, Brigwin? How long is the drive going to be? Those people are stupid and dumb, Pillars of Snow. And I'm going to say that as bluntly as I can. There is a crazy amount of content in World of Warcraft right now, even if you just count Dragonflight. So first of all, the very idea that there's not content in the game is actually a lie. Second of all, I don't need to explain everything else about that one, so I'm just going to go ahead and say everything else about that. I want to smack people sometimes. Nothing fatal, you know, just whap! The Mark II was seized so easily bespeaks a need to tighten our security. For now, we must focus on the task at hand. Of course, Evo. Of course. I know, Pillars of Snow. I don't get that. If you want to go grind, play RuneScape. Or EverQuest 1. They're still there. Ugh. If you're to stand a chance against the G-Savior Mark II, you need to fight fire with fire. Luckily for you, we've already fueled the Mark I, which is ready for dispatch at your command. I knew it, Gigapudding. You're secretly pure evil. The G-Savior Mark I's automated piloting systems currently have us cruising towards Garlemald. If the perpetrator is truly Valen's, I am all but certain he is making another attempt to seize the Imperial throne, which doesn't even exist at this point. After all, that's precisely what he hoped to achieve with the diamond weapon after the death of Emperor Varus. But he did not succeed then, nor will he succeed now. I want you to pilot the G-Warrior and make sure of it. While I am entirely capable of taking the helm myself, I must concede that your skill outshines my own. I will provide from the rear cockpit inside the containment apparatus. The Valens may have a head start, but I am confident we will overtake them once we have engines at max output. The rest is up to you. Upon entering the cockpit, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended you set sufficient time aside to view these scenes in their entirety. We haven't gotten that warning in a long time. Time for some big fat tacos, big fat tacos. Agreed, Rax. I am biased, of course, because I can enjoy Mega Man 2 or Super Metroid now just as much as I could 30 years ago. I've said it before and I'll say it again. If there's one thing I believe in when it comes to game design, is that good game design is eternal. That games that were truly good in the 80s are good now. I've believed that most of my life, and to be perfectly frank, I have been proving that over the course of the last 4 years. Forgive me, just, you know? The idea that we have to have... Yeah, no, it's not nostalgia. You know I don't really suffer from nostalgia. Yeah, if it aged badly, it had issues to begin with. That's how that works. I mean, we can even point to the beginning of the 3D era, right? Because I've talked about this before. The beginning of the 3D era was a huge reset in terms of quality of game design, because so much of the rulebook was just thrown out the window and everyone was just making it up again. And yet, even early 3D games still have good games that are good now. We've still got Paper Mario. We've still got Star Fox 64. We've still got Final Fantasy 9. And 7, frankly. And we've still got the original Spyro. There are games that are good even from what is arguably one of the worst eras of gaming because they had good game design. Sorry. Second worst era of gaming. The first was the 70s. Now, I'm going to take a brief AFK if this is going to be a thing. So, I'll be right back. Oh, and yeah, Quake totally has aged surprisingly well. Now, don't mistake me, Quake has its issues, but they all do. They all have issues. Let's do it. heat signature detected. 3,000 yalms to the fore. The readings are unmistakable. It can only be the Mach 2. Ideally, we would shoot him down before he could detect us, but doing so would destroy the vessel and him with it, making it impossible to identify the culprit. Our only choice is to draw near and neutralize the vessel's propulsion system, even if it means alerting him to our presence. I beg to differ. Someone has wormed their way into our frequency, but this voice, it couldn't be. It really can't. Oh, but it is. How long has it been, Lord Balesar? Nero? Oh, I hope I kill you. Oh, man. I hope I kill you so much, Nero. Hey, Junior Thompson. I hope you are recovering as well as you possibly can be. And you're welcome for what little I could help. Look, I've been wanting to kill Nero since ARR, okay? I know what you want with me. As I suspected, Nero Tolskeva, so the rumors were true. You survived the battle at Castra Meridianum and now work as an engineer under Sid. Work under him? Clearly you are misinformed. No, under sounds about right. I've seen your fanfiction, dude. I'm merely using my unequaled talents to save the poor fool from his own ineptitude, and now I'm here to do the same for you. Do enlighten us as to how. It's simple, really. I've crafted an armament that will immobilize Garland's wretchedly designed vessel, and I've given it the appropriate name, the Anti-G. And expecting this day would inevitably come, I took the liberty of loading it into Mark I's weapons bay in advance. You're welcome. Now, adventurer, listen and listen well. What I'm about to say will be key to sinking the Scarlet vessel, and while I find the idea of its destruction unbearable, it is nevertheless the perfect opportunity to show who's the superior engineer, Garland or myself. Do put on a good show. I mean, I can just do it myself. I don't need a mech to kill a mech. But, you know, let's relax a little bit. Oh my god, it's a QTE. Blue is timed, yellow is mash. Who's ready for some big fat tacos? The moment our core is aware of our presence, he will undoubtedly take evasive maneuvers. The NTG is a flawless achievement born of scientific genius, but it's no matter if it misses its target, understood? I still like Giga Tacos better. Homing interface activated. Commence bombardment. I dare say you're a natural. I literally can't hear those lyrics in anything else anymore. Like, I know what they're supposed to be, and it just doesn't sound like it. With the apparatus's propulsion engines neutralized, your quarry is defenseless. What are you waiting for? Capture him! No, he's not finished yet. Cornered brute still had some fight left in him. I trust you can show him the folly of perseverance. He's not going anywhere. We're just gonna get mecha for a minute. I mean, I actually think they look kind of dumb, too. I'm not going to lie to you. You know me, I'm not a fan of mecha. But this is still cool. So I'll give it credit where credit is due. Yeah, hey, Evo, this is what's in this game. Remember, Evo is still an ARR. Excellent one. Quickly, we must go after him. Yeah, imagine going straight from ARR to this. Alright, so who are you really? Because, seriously, his head popped. You're not him. Like, his head straight up popped. That's not even a joke. It really was pop. What cruel irony. The vessel would crash here of all places. Surrender. There is no escape. It's you, Gaius. And who are you? What do you mean? I'm Valens, the man destined to inherit the Imperial throne. Very well. We'll do this the hard way. This man is not Valens. I will not soon forget how Valens' face froze with fear in his final moments, how the light in his green eyes extinguished along the flame of his own light. Yet the resemblance is uncanny all the same. I will not ask again, who are you? Answer sincerely or atone for the sins with your life. My name is Procopius. I served as a pilot of the 7th Legion under Lord Valen's command. When I reviewed the 7th Legion's record, I saw no mention of there being another kin within his ranks. Your face, surely not. That's right. I would gladly do it again. Were Lord Valens to become Emperor, his life would be under constant threat. This is my expression of devotion, my willingness to sacrifice myself in his name. To go so far as to change your own face. But why steal the Mark II? Like your master, I presume you wish to use it to ascend the throne? Huh. The throne is but a means to an end. My true aspiration is to embolden the people of the shattered remains of Garlemald, to rise up once more and take what is theirs by birthright. Only we Garleans are fit to inherit this planet, herding the cattle masses as we milk them for all they're worth. That is the way it should be, as Lord Valens envisioned. In the words of Emperor Solus, no land must remain beyond our grasp. Go forth, conquer, rule. Fascinating. I don't know if the lore run's worthwhile. She'd have to watch me, after all. That is the perfect response to that. No reaction, no dialogue, no contradiction. Just wonk. No, he hit him with the butt of his gunblade. Lest you wonder, I have not killed him. We have recovered the Mark II and apprehended our perpetrator. Let us return to Turncliffe. Throw him in the reprogrammer. That was actually good. The second good cutscene on that map. My thanks for lending your aid. despite the suddenness of my request. The children will be able to rest easy knowing the imposter has been captured and the vessel reclaimed. That said, you were here on other business. Let us delay it no further. Could you enlighten me as to why you came to deliver clothing samples? An enterprise founded by a former scion, with you acting on their behalf. Clearly the equipment is of fine make. I and my associates will give it all due consideration. Still, I confess I am rather surprised to see the champion of Eorzea doing such mundane task as a delivery. This Tataru must command a great deal of respect. An adventurer takes everything in Shry. Deliveries, sky fishing, traveling to the farthest edges of the universe. I see. The spirit of an adventurer. Perhaps I should learn from your example. In any case, I believe your errand here is complete. But if you're willing, there's another task I would have of you. The boys are doubtless still unnerved by what happened earlier. I would assuage their concerns, make it clear Valens is well and truly gone, but it cannot come from a Garlean like myself. Could I prevail upon you to tell them in my stead? Thank you. I believe you'll find the boys near the storage area. Don't worry, everyone. I'm going to force Evo to play FF14 with me when I win the lottery, which is what it's going to take to force her to go through that. Oh, you're back. Please, mister, you have to tell us what happened. So you got the machine back. You're amazing, mister. If that man was just pretending to be Valens, does that mean the real one's not coming back? Yes, he's gone for good, my dear. Pray remove any thought of that wretched man from your mind. Thank goodness. Even now, I see his face in my dreams every night. I'm always so afraid. I want to tell Miss Allie, but I know I mustn't. She's been through so much. You haven't heard? Allie's been helping out at the orphanage. She's been taking really good care of us. We don't want to worry her. Could you keep what happened a secret? We heard that Valens did awful things to Miss Allie, too. Please, we don't want to bring back all those horrible memories. Yeah, all right. Thank you, mister. You're the best. You know Miss Allie, right? You think you could help us? We want to make her wish come true for being so kind to us. We heard she dreams of having a portrait of her family. I think it'd be nice if someone painted for her. But besides Gaius, her family is gone. You could describe her siblings to the artist in question? Yes, that could work. Leave it to me. I have just the thing. Really? Then we'll fetch the painter. Yeah, as I talked about literally earlier today, I quit FF14, not counting 1.0, 4 times before it stuck with me. And that's what it is. I should take a leaf out of Nero's book, prepare a surprise of my own. Pray meet me at the lookout once you've spoken with Gaius and Allie. Especially, like, imagine pulling on a shirt, Arspruce, and then it gets stuck on your horns, you know? Yeah, remember, when Evo was going through the ARR MSQ, that was post-trim. I remember what it was like before, and it really was much, much worse. Like, not everyone's even fully aware of this, because obviously most people point to the quests that got axed entirely, but what not everyone's aware is a lot of steps in those quests got axed too. So, like, you'd have a quest which was, go here, get this, loot this, loot this, loot this, go back here, and that's one quest. In the trim, it's more like, go here, loot this, come back, done. So, there was a lot of trimming. Lore. Forgive me, I didn't know you'd be visiting. What brings you here? The children said they wanted to do that for me? Well, it's very kind of them. Well, it's true I've spoken of this on occasion. A family portrait wouldn't feel right without Melisandria, Recon, Rex, and Alphonse. Still, it wouldn't be right to refuse. They're only trying to cheer me up, after all. I'll go meet them at the lookout. You know, real talk, Rex, I'm very curious how the Kingdom Hearts games are going to review. Don't mistake me, some of them are going to be pretty solid, you know, home runs in terms of score. But even the really good ones have some, huh? Moments. And I mean, who knows how Chain of Memories is going to go. Have you spoken with the children? Though Valen's atrocities left scars that may never heal, his victims will be relieved by the news. It is heartening that they should wish to perform such act of kindness for Allie. Very well. I will do as they ask. I shall meet everyone there shortly. That's a good question. Do I have Dream Drop Distance already? So if I don't, well, it looks like I do not. That's interesting. I have Dragon Quest VII, Dragon Quest VIII. Ah, 2.8. Thank you for reminding me. I actually forgot about that. Sorry, I've just still got Citra in my brain for obvious reasons. So there's Mario Kart, which I will need someday. There's the Pokemons, X and Omega, which I will need someday. There's Link Between Worlds, Dragon Quest VII, Dragon Quest VIII. Bravely Default 1, Bravely Default 2, Mario & Luigi 5. And Samus Returns. Looks like that's actually all I have here. Yeah, because it's an immediate concern for me. I don't have Planet Robobot. I'm going to need that. I'm probably going to need Pokemon Moon. I don't have that either. Yoshi's New Island will be a thing at some point. And if I'm being honest, I'll probably someday need the Mario & Luigi games, the remakes. I might have to look into that immediately. Thanks for making it hard on Nintendo. Appreciate you. I will agree, Chain of Memories has some legitimately good story beats. I think it'll be a net positive on story. I think it'll be a colossal negative on gameplay. I also legitimately think even Kingdom Hearts 1 might not break even on gameplay. We'll see. We'll see. They're on their way then? Perfect. I've made my own preparations in the meantime. All that remains is to await our models and our esteemed portraitist. Chain of Memories has some very solid story beats. So does Recoded. Not a lot of people ever talk about that one. Recoded has some really good story beats. And some fun gameplay, too. Guys, Allie, would you mind standing over here? Make sure to draw her nice and pretty, mister. That's a good question, Malkaiser. Then again, considering they keep shutting off stuff, you know, tying up threads and closing them up, I wouldn't be surprised if they never go back to Whirlit. And just consider it yet another one of the spots that's gone. Did we do it right? Are we making her dream come true? I think you made her very happy. But we cannot ignore the fact that Gaius is not her only family. I know, but everyone else is gone. Yeah, they sacrificed themselves in the stupidest way possible. I hate that story arc. I'm sorry. Wish I could have done more for her. Don't worry, child. As mentioned, I prepared a little surprise of my own. I mean, at least we got a good meme out of it. Screaming. What happened to my family? Oh, they died. Screaming. Look, Allie. It's your family members who all died screaming. Well, I understand your surprise. You'll have to sit still for the portrait, I'm afraid. Jokes aside, this is actually really sweet. I like that they bothered to actually draw it, too. The developers, I mean. We're so happy Miss Allie's wish came true. Thanks for helping us, mister. We wanted to thank you, too, so we got you a gift. We found them on the beach with our friends at the orphanage. They're our greatest treasure. A pair of pretty pink shells. We better go now. We hope you like it. And yeah, that's the interesting thing. This whole story arc is arguably a redemption arc for Gaius, or rather the conclusion of the redemption arc for Gaius, but I'm not sure if I 100% agree with that. It doesn't follow the usual beats of a redemption arc. Rather, it feels like a completely separate arc, for lack of a better way to put it. Cleaning up a little bit and starting something new in its place. He was always more of a statesman and a manager than he was a warrior soldier kind of a type. And having him be here running Wurlit and helping them to recover and recoup makes a lot of sense. To see Melisandre again alongside her loved ones. I can't tell how much this means to me. This truly is a dream come true. I will treasure this portrait for the rest of my days. Exactly, Blade Taval. I feel... I don't want to read too much into it, but then again, this is FF14, so I can read plenty into this game. I feel like a lot of people were... This is going to sound cold. Improperly utilized in the Garlean Empire. The idea that you had a purpose as part of the war machine, or else you didn't have a purpose. Very Roman, right? I feel like Gaius is just one of many, many, many people who were being misutilized within the Garlean Empire and could have found better and more valuable ends or tasks or careers or whatever, just lifestyles, if they had been given the opportunity to do so. Food for thought. Words do not come easily at times such as these, but know that you have my sincerest gratitude. You're welcome, Gaius. Oh no, we're probably done with Gaius. As I've mentioned several times, this is all wrap-up. This is all tying up threads. I will honestly be surprised if any of the threads we've been covering across all of these quests ever come up again. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. She's just a king slime? Queen slime? It has jiggle physics. Your hat has jiggle physics, Giga Pudding. Oh my god. Welcome back. I just received word. What's this about portraitists and sky pirates? Don't question it, Savacom. Red Bill Lefford gave you this for the necklace. Seems to be a leather strap of sorts, and an antiquated one at that. Wait a moment, I recognize this from my studies. This is a relic of the ancient city of Mach. Or Mahach. It is said Mahach... Oh my god. Machi sorcerers would weave these cords with magic to make them unbreakable. I'd be hard-pressed to find better material for a necklace. Oh, Mistress Tataru will be so delighted. She chatted endlessly about how pleased she was to know the Red Bills and what sort of products might prove useful to our daring new friends. And with the Rose Knights already placed in order for the garrison, all in all, I believe her latest endeavor a brilliant success. Damn it, Braven. As always, we shall be on the lookout for new areas of opportunity, so I hope we can count on you to serve as our charming emissary again. For the quest that you've technically already done. Welcome back. Negotiations were fruitful, I suspect. Oh, I expected nothing less from you and Mistress Tataru. As for the necklace, you say Hancock slipped a gift into the parcel you received from Isha. Yes, may I have a look? My goodness, what a stunning set of garments. They certainly offer a taste of the Far East. As for the item Master Hancock set aside for the necklace, it's black pearls. Not going to make a reference. Do you have any idea how rare these are? They can only be harvested from black-lick oysters in the Ruby Sea. Ditto, Rax. I cannot be certain until they have been incorporated in the necklace, but I believe the darker shade will serve as contrast to the brilliant sapphire centerpiece and make it stand out even more. To part with such precious treasures, Master Hancock is either very wealthy or very well connected. Both. We would do well to maintain good relationship with the East Aldenard Trading Company. But that is the boutique's concern. After all you've done for us, I'm sure you want nothing more than a good rest. Thank you again for your continued assistance. Oh, I get the outfit. Yeah, no, this is the bow at the end here. Oh man, that is crammed. Okay, one moment. Before I turn in this other thing. Give me a sec, give me a sec. Give me a sec. Yes, you. And no, they did not give me the sword. I will admit, even though I've been showing off the Endwalker outfit, which is this one, my actual favorite samurai outfit is the one I've been wielding for years, which is this one. This is what my samurai looks like in my head. And this is one of my mains, quote-unquote. Complete with this particular blade. The Fire Knife's one. Look, I love this hat. It even works perfectly with the fact that I'm an Elizon. See the ear? I am very fond of this outfit. Like, this is the kind of thing I could rock in real life. Just saying. Welcome back. How did you fare with Gaius and Turncliffe? goodness, not only help him recapture stolen war machina, we even helped fulfill his daughter's dream. I'm not sure whether I should be in awe of your ability to solve problems or offer my commiserations for encountering so many in the first place. Mayhap that's just the lot of a distinguished adventurer. Which reminds me, were you able to procure a new adornment for the necklace? They're simply remarkable. These must be the fabled rose shells of Wurlet. I hear they're both rare and beautiful, making them the perfect choice for various types of jewelry. If we polish them up and make a few refinements, I'm sure we can incorporate them into a necklace. Now, there's something else in the package. A rolled canvas of a portrait. It must be a gift for you. Owing to your kind assistance, I believe we were in the running for forging a contract with Wurlet's interim government. There could be no more desirable result for the boutique. You have my heartfelt thanks, Laura. And apparently we do actually get that portrait. What do you know? A commissioned portrait of a former Imperial officer and his adopted children, entitled Forever at Your Side. In order to undertake this quest, you must first do the MSQ quest Growing Light. When is Growing Light in the chain? Yeah, that's what I thought. So apparently this will be the literal last thing we do. At least that quest I cannot even pick up. Interesting. Moving on. Okay. We're actually kind of running out of content to go through, which is fine, of course. How many people are on right now who could do stuff? Well, we have enough for a dungeon if we want to pursue the Criterion and variant stuff. I could also unlock the raid series and be at the step where I need, 7 people for that. I have no idea, Gigapudding. But if you think I want to do group content by myself, you don't know me very well. And yes, Brigwin. I'm sorry, you already answered me, Brigwin. How long is the trip going to be? 2 hours. Oh, that's... Yeah, I'm facing a 15-hour trip. I apologize, I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm moving to the moon. But yeah, no, it's going to be a trip. I've already done most of the prep work necessary to survive that kind of a ride. I haven't done a drive like that since I moved. Last major move. That's a thing, let me tell you. Anyways, this time I'll have access to a phone, which will enable me to do things like, for example, play D&D while I'm driving, which will help, assuming I, of course, have assistance from a friend or two. Absolutely not, Evo. No, the goal is to have someone who will be talking with me on the phone while I play D&D. They're going to have to handle the hard stuff, of course. Like rolling dice and things like that. But that's okay. I've done it before. When we used to drive up to Indiana for Gen Con, playing D&D on the road was one of the best and most intellectually stimulating ways to pass the time. So it's kind of a tradition of mine at this point. The catch is it requires someone else, and that is going to require someone to be on the phone with me. It appears my calculations were correct. I knew at this very spot I would encounter none other than Lore, the hero who saw us through the final days. So certain was I of my math that I stood here for... Well, let's not concern ourselves with that. I am Nemjiji, assistant to Professor Claudia, who worked with the Aishascope to observe the ethereal sea and delve into its myriad mysteries. Some mysteries, though, are beyond even our capabilities to unravel. If you don't mind, Rex. The strange crystal we but recently discovered, for instance, defies our very conjecture. You've been to the center of the star and far beyond it, however, so we hope you'll lend us something in this crystal that we academics do not see. I beg you, lend your well-traveled eye at Aporia. Professor Claudia will be eagerly awaiting your arrival. Now, I don't want to curse this, but it'd be really nice if this, similarly like the other raid series, is not a, end of the world kind of a deal. Hang on, let me delete the latest paperwork right now, Evo. Delete, delete, delete. Infinite deletions. I haven't responded to it. Actually, I hate to correct you on this, Evo, because you're extremely wrong. But while you soak in the floating cat there, if you look at the messages, you sent me something with a file name, and I responded immediately. Next response was responding to the file name that you sent me. So, it's a tunneling brain parasite inhabiting the body of a mouse. Oh, so it's a Mandervillian. That makes a lot of sense. I just realized I need to decide what race or class I'm going to play as. I guess it doesn't matter, as long as it's not Gunbreaker or Monk or Dragoon. Greetings, Lore, and welcome to my humble laboratory. I'm sure Nimgigi has already told you plenty about us, but allow me to introduce myself personally. I'm Claudian, leader of this little research collective. I must admit I've been nervous about this meeting ever since Nimgigi set out to find you. For a researcher in my field, there's no greater honor than to meet the first man in history to travel the ethereal sea and return to tell the tale. The professor speaks often and at length of your deeds, but he has no small number of achievements to his own name. He has peered deeper into the ethereal sea than any other in Charlan, and the breadth of his knowledge is peerless. Peerless, perhaps, but for a single man. We must seize this precious opportunity to learn what we can from him, and perhaps crack the conundrum that has stumped the three of us for moons. It was we who peered into the fathomless sea from the Anti-Tower in the Dravanian hinterlands. There we spoke with Heidelin and learned of the fate that would befall the star, the final days. Soon thereafter, all research was moved to Labyrinthos, and through this Ascioscope, we continued our vigil. As impressive as a work of device this is, however, it can but glimpse a fraction of the sea's infinite depths. Which brings us to the matter at hand. Not long after the Exodus was declared, we recovered an unusual crystal shard during the routine observation. It appeared before us suddenly, as if propelled to the surface by some unknown force. We found that it possessed an ethereal density that exceeds that of normal crystals by an order of magnitude. And its shape resembles nothing which occurs in the natural world. It was made, not formed. Unfortunately, that was the extent of the information we could glean before we were forced to turn our focus towards the Exodus. The crystal was very nearly forgotten amidst our sudden upheaval. But thanks to the effort of a certain someone, that crisis is now behind us, and we are free to resume our research. Thus did we decide to seek you out, the dauntless adventurer who delved into the unknown and beheld its innermost secrets, and now we would have you see for yourself. I mean, we can still banish you, Gig, if that's what you want. And by banish, we mean kill, obviously. Here is the crystal in question. If it resembles aught you have encountered before, even by the smallest degree, please say so. No, I've never seen that symbol before. I've never played Shadowlands. I know of someone who bears a similar crystal. Of course I know him. He's me. As I thought you do know what it is, please tell me everything. So this is someone else's soul flung into the future to survive the final days, and then rule the world like Sultan or something. I don't know. The Ascians use these to transfer their memories to new vessels. Fascinating indeed. It was plain this crystal was special somehow, but this revelation surpasses even my considerable expectations. Similar artifacts have appeared throughout the ages. Memories of martial techniques manifested as crystalline shards on the battlefield, or storied stones passed from master to student. A comparison between said artifacts and the crystal may prove a fruitful first step in unveiling its true nature. What do you think, Professor? Ascian memories, windows through which we can gaze upon the convocation of 14. Unlike the crystal and lore story, this one does not bear the mark of a convocation. Who then do the memories belong to? And more importantly, why were they stored in this particular shard? More importantly still, why was it set adrift on the ethereal sea? If you're asking me for what I would consider the above-average Final Fantasies are in 36, it would be in no particular order. 7, 9, 6, 5, 4. And I'll stop there. Professor. Professor! Huh? Yes? No 10. I'm well aware that contemplation is the key to breakthrough, but there is propriety to consider. We have a guest, one you explicitly invited. Must we do this every time? Yes, of course, our guest. Terribly sorry. I do so easily find myself unmoored by the tides of rumination. You know, I know I whined about this before, but I love how almost on a daily basis, I get a negative comment on my, the post-stream wrap-up videos that says, "Why are these so short? Why aren't you doing longer ones anymore? These aren't real ruminations. Go back to doing real ruminations." And I kind of want to smack those people. Moving on. Perhaps a more engaging use of your time with us would be for you to take up the crystal. If indeed there are memories stored within, they may reveal themselves to you upon contact. That sounds extraordinarily dangerous and stupid. Let's do it. If anyone message come, Pandemonium, please. Faces grave threat, planet in danger. 5, actually, Trihexia, but yeah. That expression does not bode well. What did you see? That would be really funny, actually. I just record someone else. I think you have to get someone else who would volunteer to be like, "Are you going to give us a rumination on FF14? And my response would just be a shot of me going here like, no. And that's it. And then, like, credits roll. Pandemonium is not a word I've heard before. If my knowledge of ancient tongue serves me, it means all demons. Not a name that inspires optimism, all things considered. In the event that another star-shattering cataclysm is in fact bearing down upon us, I would have us aforementioned examples of crystallized memory to hand. Nemgigi, Rusand, I entrust their procurement to you. If there are more memories to be extracted from this crystal, we will find them. As for you, Lore, there's a person I would have you seek, the one who has delivered so dire a warning. Your story tells us this crystal could very well have been made by one of the ancients. If that's the case, then discerning the nature of this pandemonium would require a trip to the past, to an era before the Sundering. And yeah, we can time travel at will. We can only time travel to one spot, but still, we can do it at will. I must confess, the tales people tell me of your adventures beggar belief, and their veracity has been subject of much debate amongst my peers. After today's meeting, however, there can be no doubt in my mind every incredible exploit is fact. So I ask you now, return to the past. Find out what and where Pandemonium is, and if we need be concerned by this message. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, spoilers, Evo. Sorry. All the spoilers. Thank you. For the time being, you should keep the crystal in your possession. I do not think you have had the last of its memories, and more may be drawn out as you approach their source. Safe travels, and may we meet again to share our findings. Lunaruth said she would join as well, by the way. I don't know if she's in yet or... You know, I gotta be real, $200 would not be worth it to me. Like, really think about that in terms of money per hour. How long do you think it would take to 100% Starfield? And then divide that by $200. And think about how much money per hour you just didn't make. I mean, $200 is not a small amount of money, but again, it's all about time, it's all about resource per hour. So, keep that under perspective. Probably about, but well, about $1 an hour. I mean, I gotta be real. You guys did pay me to play Starfield. I'm not sure if that was actually worth the effort. No offense. Yeah, there's a reason I quit doing the secondary content, Morgantus. I realized very quickly what I was in for. Would you believe I didn't Dealer's Choice Starfield at all? Or this game, for that matter. Or Pokemon Arceus, actually, while we're on the subject. You would have to do at least the 10 New Game Plus cycles to get 100% Starfield. Bare minimum. To fully upgrade the armor and the ship. Sorry about that, whoever you are. Could it be? Of course not. Apologies, but for the briefest moment I thought you were a dear friend of mine. I realize now such a notion is preposterous. He told me a falling star would appear before me, and I suppose you must be it. Truth be told, I did not expect the expression to be so literal. Listen. It's not my fault they used the word star wrong, okay? I don't know what you want from me here. There we go. What are you going to need me as, by the way? I can do any role. I've got plenty of classes to try out still. Apologies for not introducing myself properly. My name is Themis. As you can see by my bare face, I am not one of Elpis's observers. Rather, I am come on an assignment which has more or less been routine up until this very moment. You certainly do know how to make an entrance. I must wonder what brought you here, for it's plain you do not belong here, or any place I know for that matter. I'm here on assignment. Are you here to investigate Pandemonium, perchance? It would not surprise me we would share a purpose. If so, we may be able to help one another, but first, might I trouble you to explain how you came to collide with my skull? It's a long story. What healer should I try out first? I suppose Scholar is the easy answer. Get it over with. It's the only healing class I don't like in this game. I believe that dispels any major doubts I had concerning your intentions. Apologies for being so intrusive. But you must understand this is an uncommon occurrence. I shall pry no further, for I'm well aware we all have our secrets we must keep. However, if I may, I would very much like to take a look at this crystal of yours. Okay, sure. I'll allow that. Fascinating. Well, I cannot say much to what it contains. It's clear there are memories stirring within. Memories that speak of something gravely amiss in Pandemonium. This facility extends beneath Elpis and is overseen by the words of La Habrea. It houses those creations that are highly valued as research subjects and highly dangerous to the planet. Naturally, it is strictly guarded and under constant surveillance. Several days ago, however, an unnatural shift in the flows of the surrounding ether was detected. Soon thereafter, all communications from Pandemonium ceased. I am here as a representative of an organization that works directly with the Convocation and have been tasked with investigating this incident. Now that there's some measure of transparency between us, might I offer a suggestion on what to do next? Yeah. Yeah, I think getting the worst out of the way first is probably the best move. If I can find it on my bar. There it is. Listen, I'm glad people enjoy Scholar. Really. But, it's still Scholar. Really, game? Okay, fine. Really. I'm not going into a raid looking like this. I mean, some people like Starfield. Or claim to. There it is. Yeah, I saw that, our spruce. Or rather, that was linked to me, but still. You know what? I'll give you this, USN Corp. One of the best things about Scholar is the outfit. Elpis is not a town. And more importantly, does not have access to my dresser. Do I have to actually open it? Oh god, which one is it? It's not that one. It's not that one. There it is. That one. Yeah, Elpis is kind of a massive spoiler zone. Make that what you want. The mere fact that the zone exists is a spoiler. What? But yes, I know that game. Oh, that's right. Okay, hang on. is it not updating? Update! Why don't you have my book? Okay. Okay, I think I know what's happening. Hang on, I think I know what's happening. Remove the link. There we go. I apparently need to do some sorting on this. There's more stuff I need to do off camera. Get all my glamour set up in order. But this'll do for now. Hey, Valerian. Now then, my proposal is a simple one. Let us journey to Pandemonium together. Our destination is the same, and I suspect the arrangement will work to mutual benefit. And this person's going to be very, very dizzy. Besides, I would have no trouble gaining access for both of us. I do hope you agree. I would be loath to part ways from the falling star I had been waiting so long for. Originally, I had planned to conduct my investigation with the friend I mentioned earlier. He had also noticed the anomaly near Pandemonium, so it only seemed natural we would investigate it together. However, he eventually decided it would be unwise for us both to go. If two members of our organization were seen poking their heads about restricted facilities, it could raise certain questions, you see. I decided to go alone, but he left me with these words: "Fear not, in my absence a star shall fall before you." I could not comprehend his meaning at the time, but I believe now I understand. He does have a way of being right about these things. Even so, the hints of what to come are generally more cryptic. I suppose I should have kept my gaze to the heavens. Suffice it to say, I am grateful for your presence either way. As for the matter at hand, we must gain permission from the words of La Habrea and entry into Pandemonium. There ought to be a speaker waiting at Agnorisis. I look forward to seeing La Habrea before he went cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. What a fascinating etheric signature. In accordance with the convocation's request, the two of you have been granted leave to observe Pandemonium. I shall register your ether for the records. From this point on, you may freely come and go from Pandemonium as you please. Now, that was a painless process. I take this as a sign we were meant to conduct our investigation together. Of course, while you have been permitted entry into the facility, the specimens housed inside must be handled with the utmost care. Trust me, I'll take really good care of your bosses. You're to heed the warder's instructions at all times. Those who conduct their work within Pandemonium are called warders for their role with respect to the creatures within. Generally, creations that pose a threat to the safety of the planet must be undone. However, the words of La Habrea has deemed certain such creations are worthy of further study and interred them within the facility. Great, so we're going into the mansion in Resident Evil. Those who spend their days in Pandemonium are not merely researchers. They must work tirelessly to ensure that none of their subjects slip their shackles. For all intents and purposes, the place is a dungeon. Perhaps such a comparison arouses frightful imagery, but Pandemonium is a frightful place. I know not the purpose of your investigation, but if you discover aught that merits a report, pray do so with utmost haste. Master La Habrea shall guide us upon the proper course of action from there. I take it that means you've detected nothing amiss of late. The warders have reported nothing that would cause alarm. Minor fluctuations in ether have been observed, but surely Master La Habrea would have acted if there was anything worth worrying about. They've got this. I see. It seems La Habrea has kept well abreast of the goings-on here, then. I hope I'm not overstepping my boundaries, but you seem to be quite familiar with Master La Habrea. Do you know him? I've killed him. Twice. And I was there when he was permanently destroyed. You are no mere familiar, are you? Master La Habrea is not known for being generous with his time. That one would have stories of his company almost beggars belief. Regardless, while I doubt I need to tell you this, he is of the convocation. Take care of your actions, do not hinder his work. And with that, we are free to make our way to Pandemonium. The naos that will take us there is on the eastern bank of the Letho. Let's delay no further. I mean, yeah, Asdamine, this is all totally brand new for me. We're well past the part where I was spoiled on anything. Well, that's not true. But the things I was spoiled about the MSQ are mild. Irritating, I'm not gonna lie, but mild. I'll give you a hint. When I was putting together the FF14 composite songs, I was obviously looking on YouTube for several copies of songs to do that with. And let's just say a couple of songs got recommended to me, which made me go, ah. And that's all I'll say about that. I had to contain my surprise for the sake of appearances, but it's true that you too have met La Habrea in the flesh. I find you more fascinating by the moment. Still, I shall refrain from asking too many questions. Secrets will make our journey all the more intriguing. Nice gunblade, Rex. Look, you know me. I can't help but put the pieces together. Especially about a subject I'm pretty well versed in. Like, I think, not to spoil an unrelated thing, but there's an extremely minor thing that was talked about as a casual aside with regards to Starfield that completely spoiled a major plot point of that game just because I was able to put the pieces together based on that tiny tidbit of information. It's why during the lore run so many people were just absolutely hammering down on absolutely no spoilers whatsoever when it came to Endwalker. Speaking of which, y'all did awesome about that. We shall come to know each other in time, I wager, or else why would fate have orchestrated our meeting? In any case, let us be off. Truth be told, this will be my first time beholding the fabled Pandemonium with my own eyes. Here's to new adventure, huh? Let me tell you, finding out the true identity of Lavos, that was a thing. Oh, that looks loverly. It is much as I feared. The speaker seemed in such high spirits that for a moment I thought the ethereal irregular had not nearly as grave a portent I imagined, but alas, it was a fleeting and vain hope. To gaze upon this complex network of chains and wards, the untrained eye might not sense anything awry. No effort has been spared in making this place impenetrable. We call it FromSoft. Thank you, Evo. I don't care for Scholar as a class, but I do love their storyline and their cosmetics. Even the finest of masterworks is not without its flaws, however. Someone or something is tampering with the protections. It is working from within, eroding them from the inside out. Fear not, there's no immediate danger. I reinforced what protections I could the moment we arrived. This will not put an end to whatever's occurring, but at least it'll serve to slow its progress. One small victory, though the road ahead of us is yet long. Powerful forces are at work here. You know, what's funny is I love playing a Sage Pillar just now. Probably my favorite healer class. The silence in the air speaks volumes. While I did not expect a bustling facility, I see not a single warder. The first course of action should be to seek one out, wherever they may be. However, there's something you must know. The magic I wove upon entering requires my constant awareness. That is to say, if we are forced to fight, I cannot risk joining you in battle. Should I lose focus, Pandemonium's protections will rapidly crumble before the force assailing them. Were there another way, I would gladly choose it, but let us be grateful that neither of us is here alone, trapped in hopeless circumstance. If we should fail to find a peaceable solution, then I hope I can rely on your strength to see us through. Yeah, no. I've got your back. Astrologian has so many buttons, oh my god. I enjoy playing Astro, don't mistake me, but wow. Thank you for offering your help so willingly. If weapons are drawn, I hope to be able to at least lend a touch of magical support. Creation magics do have their uses in that regard. I had it in mind to use your ether as a basis for illusory allies that will fight at your side. God damn it, just let us do it solo! Stop making me less of a badass. Quit it! Now, I wonder what awaits us in Pandemonium's pitiless halls. There are a few buttons I don't really use on Astrologian. But only a few. I use most of the bar. Let's fix this real quick. Take that. Get that. There we go. Wait, no, it's still wrong. Why is it wrong? Why didn't my weapon change? Oh my... Hang on. Oh my god, it's not here, is it? Well, can I do it from here? This feature may only be used at inns. God damn it. I have a boring book. Ugh. Whatever. I'm fine. I'm good to go whenever you guys are good to go. Let me see what we got here. I need to pause stream for 3 hours to fix my transmogs. Not a lot of change in 80 to 90. How was Expedient a big change? I mean, that's a solid AoE heal. It's also sprint, which is probably really useful for, you know, a lot of things. But, and that's gonna be my answer to that. Okay, so that's that. Obviously. That's our instant. That's our normal. That's our filler. That's that. That's buff. That's, yeah. Yeah, you get out of here. Interesting song for that, by the way. It is funny. Over in WoW, there's only 2 party sprints, I want to say. They're both considered pretty useful. One's for Druid and one's for Hunter. Oh, I'm sorry. Again, there we go. Apparently it doesn't like when you have caps lock on for that. Stop checking. I just want you all to know I'm going to be judging you based on your portraits. And nothing else. Performance doesn't matter. Your level doesn't matter. Your gear doesn't matter. Just your portraits. Save them. I must. What? This appears to be one of the warders we seek, but I'm afraid he's in no state to answer questions. Perhaps you can bring him to his senses. Oh yeah, I'll kill him. I mean, beat the crap out of him. Okay. I admit I'm not a huge fan of the music. Melodic music can work for a boss fight, but you really need to make it work. Like, the bug guy in Heaven's Word, for example. Whose name I suddenly can't think of. Bravada, that's his name. I mean, that fight's fine. I'm not going to give it a negative. The border kills you? That's interesting. That makes sense, though, because they want you to be in a specific spot. Wow, look at all this crap that I'm never using. That was a thrilling display. And if I may be so vaunting, the warriors I spun from the ether fought even more splendidly than I anticipated. You heard them. I suppose they were cut from excellent cloth, after all. We should wait until this man regains his senses. He wears the robes of a warder, and I would be very curious to know what drove him to attack us sight unseen. He stirs. What came over me? Well, you see, you're in a Resident Evil mansion. Or Dracula's castle, I'm not sure which. Coming back to me, my mind was filled with a storm of desperation and anger. I leapt at you, though I knew not of your intentions. Pray accept my apologies and my thanks. Had you not knocked some sense back into me, I may have fallen upon someone less capable of defending themselves. Don't worry about it. I am Eric Thonios, warder of Asphodelos, Pandemonium's highest lair, and the place we're at now. One must wonder why you're so desperate to keep us out. What is happening in Pandemonium? The creations interred within have been set free and stalk its hall to no end but violence. That is not good, to say the least. Has this ever happened before? No, never. Each level of Pandemonium is under the charge of a key ward, who keeps strict control of the most minute aspects of their domain. They're selected with great care, and their loyalty to Master La Habrea is absolute. Yet something has gone terribly wrong. Try as we might to hold the line, the chaos within is overwhelming. I hardly realized I had become separated from my colleagues. I remember a chorus of whispers assailing my senses, and afterwards only flashes of rage and fury, and then blackness, in which I awoke to find that whatever had overcome me was gone. See, your senses may have been muddled by magics that affect the mind. It's the selfsame ones that saw you separated from other warders. Whatever taken hold of me, thank you for releasing me from its clutches. I'll have the bruises for years. That you have come here from the surface must mean some word of our plight has reached the outside world. If you know anything that may help, please pray tell. Horror among horrors. So Pandemonium's protections are indeed being dismantled from within. By the same individual, or individuals, that released its captives and set them upon you, no doubt. Such knowledge avails us little, however, if we cannot ascertain their identity. It's black tea, Gigapudding. Nemus, was it? You said you worked for the organization under the auspices of the Convocation. Were they to receive word of what transpired here, what measures would they take? Doubtless they would consider the place a lost cause. Pandemonium's ties to the outside world would be severed. Or perhaps it would be wiped from existence entirely. As I thought. Were the creatures to escape to the outside world, there would be untold carnage. The words of La Habrea would never risk that, despite what value the research subjects may hold. All the more reason to work with haste. Can't expect further help than it falls upon me to save the others. I will not leave them behind. You would go alone? You won't leave other warders to face certain doom? I know they fight for survival even now. They wouldn't abandon their duty. They would see the creatures return to their cells at all costs. And so I must do the same. Nemus, I know the request I'm about to make you is a monumental one, but please say not a word of this to the Convocation until I've been given a chance to set things right. Forgive my rudeness, but my decision cannot be swayed by emotion. You would only be consigning yourself to an early death. Strength of resolve alone cannot win the face of overwhelming odds. That being said, our investigation has only just begun. It would be remiss to turn back ere we've made an exhaustive survey. So, for the time being, there is slightly more than resolve to rely upon. I knew you'd be all too eager to join us. Look, I like killing things, okay? What do you want from me? How many Pandemonium bosses are there, by the way? Each moment you fell... Each moment since you fell from the skies has been more interesting than the last. More and more you remind me of my dear friend. Which goes to some way towards encouraging me that this matter will yet reach a satisfactory conclusion. So you agree to help? Yeah, I guess. For the moment our goals align. The protective magics of Pandemonium yet hold, so for the moment time is in our favor. Let us proceed on the course you and Laura have set us upon. Themis and Lore, yes? Thank you. The warders owe you a great debt already. We shall be glad to have someone familiar with Pandemonium's halls by our side. A party of 3 is ever so much more entertaining than a party of 2. Now let's turn our attention to rescuing your colleagues. It would be wise to approach the gates in case any followed you out. Do you need me to be a healer again, by the way? Because, yeah, I got a lot of classes I could churn through during these quests, or during these boss fights. I can be anything! Sorry. There's only one class that I actually want some time before I try out, and that's Black Mage, because I legitimately don't remember how to play it. No, seriously, I don't actually remember how to play Black Mage. I'm gonna have to spend some time on that. Yeah, but I'm gonna have to, like, do some off-camera work to remember how to play Black Mage. I don't have time to learn during a boss fight. I need to judge during a boss fight. So I've never seen Revendreth. Or Mr. Red. So that should answer that. Maldraxxus was actually quite good, though, surprisingly enough. Please ask or be destroyed, Evo. I'll take either answer. I mean, Revendreth is a fascinating concept. Not a sound can be heard from within, which means neither creature nor water have made it this far. We should begin formulating a plan to save them at once. Forgive me if I misunderstand, but do you mean to rescue the warders and creations both? Yeah, I'm being greedy. Though they may seem dangerous, they're valuable research subjects. I wouldn't see our labor and untold hours of study go to waste. I dare say La Habrea would smile to hear you say such a thing, if we ever had cause to report this incident to him. Smile? I'm not sure his face is capable of such warmth. Yeah, I've met the man. He's... well, anyways. You have met him. I was under the impression you rarely visited Pandemonium. I have, yes. My mentor was the previous head of this facility. That is to say, La Habrea's predecessor in the position of the chief keyword. Her name was Athena, and she was a researcher in the works. 'Twas she who appointed me to this position, in fact. I see. I did not know there was a chief keyword before La Habrea. Your motivation to save your research subjects is not entirely driven by duty to the words, then. You wish also to preserve the work of your mentor. You have the right of it. I'm lacking in ideas of how to go about that, however. I'm a mere warder and cannot wield interment magics. But of course I can hardly expect you to be versed in magics we use here. If you recall, during a battle earlier I bound you in ethereal shackles. Interment is a more refined and powerful magic based on the same principles. While both are used to keep our subjects docile, only the keyword of each tier is permitted to use interment. Even if I were allowed, I lack the aptitude to use the spell to any notable effect. Fascinating. I have some knowledge of these forms of spellcraft, actually. La Habrea himself established their foundation, if I recall. While shackles are meant to bind an object in place for a short time, interment freezes the very space around it for as long as the caster wills. Indeed. While the illusory beings you summoned in our fight suggested as much, I see your knowledge of magic is vast. Maybe you've already mastered the art of interment, and I've been lecturing you like a child all this time. I'm afraid my knowledge ends there. I have not the precise understanding of how invocations interact with natural laws that would be needed to cast the spell with any consistency. While I consider myself well-versed in various magics, I would be ill-advised to assume the duties of a keyword without instruction. Being said, if I were to learn more of interment and its inner workings, perhaps... I'm gonna go kill things. You two figure out the rest. I dare say we can do just that. Eric, you implied that what you prevented you from performing your interment was lack of magical capacity. What if I supplemented your power with mine own? Would the spell succeed then? I can't say for certain. I've never heard of such a thing being done. I believe it may be our best recourse. That is, of course, assuming you can perform the initial rites and incantations flawlessly. Even the smallest misstep and we'd have to start over. You needn't worry about that. I've seen the spells cast so many times, their motions have been burned into memory. I won't disappoint. Very well, let us work out the specifics afterwards. Once we do, we can test our methods on one of the escaped creatures. Though I suppose there is the matter of finding one. It would be foolish to rush in blindly, lest we find ourselves surrounded with naught but an untested stratagem. I'd prefer to engage a single creature that Lord could dispatch on his own if the spell were to go awry. I agree. I have an idea. I recall the Hippocampus wandering the waterways during my flight. Maybe it's still there. Few of my subjects housed within the Asphodelos are fond of water, and I suspect we'll be able to engage the beast without fear of unwanted guests. That'll be our first target, or perhaps subject is a better term. Before we commence with interment magics, the creature should be weakened to a sufficient degree. I believe I can trust you to that task. As dependable as ever. Once you have given it a thorough trouncing, we will bind the Hippocampus with the keywords magic. Until then, my illusions shall fight by your side. The Hippocampus will be alone, but it's a daunting opponent nonetheless. Its magic warps the environment around it and will be at home amidst the waterways. Steel yourselves for a fight. I would say yes, but it's a minute difference, Evo. Being insecure means not being sure of yourself. Having low self-esteem means being certain in the knowledge that you are bad. The two obviously share a lot of DNA, but you can see the distinction. Oh god, it's a vacuum boss. Is my dancer gear? God, this is my dancer gear. Of course, I don't have anything better on me, do I? Ugh, whatever. Excuse me, part of that isn't connected to the rest. Okay, whatever. God damn it. Who invited the Nanamu? Nazamu. Zira gets a pass, and so did Bragwin on your portraits. Let's see. We'll do this. Thank you for the subs, Beaver McBeaver. Very, very much. Always appreciate it. Thank you. If you want to put those towards up to 3 things, please let me know. Damn it, Beaver Material. Oh, then I will do, okay. Exactly that. Thank you very, very much. Again, for the subs. I do appreciate your support. Thank you. I recognize your name, but I haven't seen you in a minute. As you can see, we're playing FF14 right now. Where I am judging. Always judging. Fortune on that, Valerian? That's a very good question, Evo. I'm guessing that a lot of the things in here are supposed to be chimeras, especially considering the fact that they're all constructed creatures. No, this should be right. Correct. We are currently in a raid. Several other people. Where is it? I hear it. I hear it. I hear it. I'm coming, Yada. Ow! In the face! I tried, Yada. I tried. She took the hit with you. It just wasn't enough. No, that was a good one. I actually like that. From whence it came. Sorry. No, that was a solid fight, though. That's what we call the simple but goods. All of the markers are clear and indicative, and there's a clear escalation to how they layer on top of each other. And frankly, I like those. I like those kind of fights. Hippocampus. That was the name of the thing we just killed, right? Yes, no? Oh yeah, we're at 250. I'm nowhere on that. Hippocampus. Far too often, Trihexia. Far too often. So there's that. But that's up to you guys, not me, Beaver McDaver. Although, hopefully this will change soon, as weird as that may sound. I don't decide what I stream, you guys do. Having said that, the Awesome Block is supposed to be the end of an era. After we finish the Awesome Block, hypothetically, we'll be at a point where I'll start being able to put dealer's choice towards streams I actually want, towards games I actually want to stream. So, we'll see. Dancer 90 is very similar to Monk 90, is very similar to Gunbreaker 90. It's a surprisingly small change, but it does change the overall flow and throughput of the class to a point where I actually do enjoy it. Speaking of which. Possibly Mad Overlord. They were subplanes, and remember, in Azeroth, the subplanes are actually attached to a single planet, just like the Phantom Realm is in this game. Sorry, one moment, I need to remember something. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Next, let's do... What all is part of the Awesome Block? I'm glad you asked. Whoop! Let me hit the wrong button. Very important. That's the wrong button, too. There's just wrong buttons everywhere here. Well, here, have this for a second while I find the actual image here. Good night, Beaver McDaver. Do have a good evening. Always welcome here. Look, haters gonna hate, yo. That's all I gotta say. But anyways, this is the Awesome Block. I should make it a little bit larger. It's hard to control. There we go. There you go. And I think this clarifies exactly what the Awesome Block is. It's clearly FF14, Pokemon Arceus, Metroid, Zelda, and World of Warcraft. Oh yeah, if I hated myself, I would add Xenogears to the list, but as it happens, I do not. It's the same thing. Oh no, that's Anime Me. I knew you were no mere mercenary, but to make such a clean work of the Hippocampus, seasoned fighters scarcely have occasion to visit Pandemonium, let alone display their skills. Master takes all forms indeed. Needless to say, our plan worked to perfection, in no small part thanks to you two. Themis' power was more than enough to complete the interment. Spellcasting was never my strong suit, but that almost made me feel like a proper Magos. Truly? Having seen your abilities firsthand in the fight with Lore, I beg to disagree. Shackles is the one exception, and 'tis only because I've been forcing myself to practice it since I was but a small child. Other magics leave me feeling completely out of my depth. Regardless, it seems luck is on my side to guide me to you. We may prove the impossible possible after all. I mean, what I'm probably going to do someday is just get all of the games I don't want to play out of the way. Probably after I've had some mental health recovery time. Just get Chrono Cross, Xenogears, Planescape Torment. What else? I don't know what else. I'd have to think about it. But like just get them out of the way. Just get them done. Never have to think about them again. Well, our success in stealing away... Icewind Dale. Well, our success in stealing away the Hippocampus is certainly unheartening. The fact that we have yet to see any other warders concerns me. The key warden of Asphodelos is nothing if not cautious. Doubtless he has gathered what warders he could and retreated to a safe area. Let us hope so. It occurs to me I know little of the key wards beside their magical prowess. Is there out more you can share? course, the man named Hesperos is in charge of Asphodelos. Not only does he have thorough knowledge of the creatures here, but he takes great pains to be a mentor to the warders in his charge. He has done so much to ensure that I flourished here in spite of my ineptitude at magic, and I've always known him to be the sort of man who faces difficult decisions with unwavering composure. Yeah, I was going to say, he's very obviously Norded. Furthermore, key wards are only masters of interment. They can also bend the hallways of Pandemonium to their will with creation magics. With all this in mind, I'm certain that so long as Hesperos guides them, the other warders are safe. I can see why absolute control over the environments is imperative. Had we faced the Hippocampus upon arid sands instead of waterways, I suspect the battle would have ended much more quickly. In any case, if this Hesperos is capable of caring, as you say, we would do well to seek him out as soon as we can. His like has not taken your colleagues to a secure location. The safest place would be the innermost secret circle of Asphodelos. From there, they could flee to Abyssos, if hard-pressed. Even should they have sought safe haven with other circles, we will make it for the fourth, so we ought to encounter them on the way. Indeed, we will gain a comprehensive understanding of the situation within Asphodelos, which will be essential in determining whether or not we should continue down to Abyssos. The robos, of course, that I possess no power to bend circles to my will. Instead, we must proceed through the central corridor, which is barred by the Phoenix, last I checked. Phoenix, I've heard that name before. A fiery bird with life eternal. Yes, the Phoenix. The foie gras. Beyond unquenchable brilliance, the perfected concept boasts nigh boundless restorative powers, if I recall. Truly an exemplary feat of creation magics. Perfection is ever built on the back of failure, however, and La Habrea suffered countless missteps during his experiments. And he was hardly the only one. This Phoenix will be one of many attempts at the concept gone awry. Far from evoking wonder, our creature is of fury and wrath, and seeks only to turn the world to ash. Thus it was confined within Pandemonium. Development of the concept continued elsewhere, but as the moons turned, more and more researchers abandoned this project as an impossibility, save for La Habrea and his words. When I received word that at long last La Habrea had succeeded where so many others had failed, I was nearly overcome. Pray tell, how did the warders of Pandemonium celebrate their master's accomplishment? I don't believe we did. The research of the words of La Habrea has little consequence for our work here, save for those rare times it charges us with a new specimen. Truth be told, I don't remember anyone taking note of the occasion. Yeah, this is a rather joyless place, isn't it? But enough reminiscing. Yes, no more ruminations. Let's go. Do I think there'll ever be another Mass Effect? Yes, absolutely. It'll probably come from the AA space or the indie space. Let me put this another way. If you asked me years ago if I ever thought there'd be another Harvest Moon, my answer might have been no. I would have been proven wrong. Because then Stardew Valley came out. And there's several examples of that. So, yeah, no, I think we'll see a new Mass Effect someday. Hey, it's Dracula. Like, seriously, it's straight up Dracula. I would say there's a value to it, Mad Overlord, but there's always a threat when you have a facility designed to study horrifically dangerous things instead of destroy them. See every Aliens movie, book, game, and show ever made. But the truth is, there is a value in it beyond greed and stupidity. I mean, to put it simply, studying something like Lavos or Genova, to use two random examples, is the kind of thing that's valuable. You need to understand your opponent in order to be able to comprehend and deal with it. That is at its most basic form what the very concept of a masquerade is. The reason that vampires in Vampire the Masquerade manage to do as well as they do is because people don't know about them or how to deal with them. If that knowledge was out, if people were to study vampires in VTM, well, vampires would be screwed. This is actually a plot point occasionally in Vampire the Masquerade stories. So, we face an uphill battle. Possible if those creation measures work, then it means dun dun dun. Yeah, that's the problem, Pillars of Snow. Study and analysis? Sure. Weaponizing or profiteering from? Let us confront that reality after we've conquered the enemy in front of us. Every drop of our focus shall be required if we are to enter the Phoenix. Probably cutting off after this fight if the smell from the kitchen is any indicator. The good news is we're already there. Yeah, we'll see. I have been streaming late every single day. Let me double check something really quick. I don't remember how this works. That's our basic spender, that's our AoE spender. What we really need is a scientist studying Genova. Here, why was? Okay, yep, nope, that tracks. Well, whatever. Ready check. We'll do a little of learning as we go here. It really is. The biggest point I keep making this about Hojo is he's not a scientist. That's not even me like. That's not even me like presuming or interpreting. It's a major character point that Hojo is not a scientist. They pretty much straight up modeled him after Mengele. And Mengele is not a scientist, was not a scientist in real life. He was a sick hobbyist who was indulging in his curiosity. Oh, thank God the Namazu is gone. Whew. Oh, this should be fun. Aw, my portrait didn't update. Whatever. Whatever. I have a cool portrait for Samurai Swear. that's why. Okay. Sorry, something's been wrong about my rotation this entire time, and I've been trying to figure out what. My bad. Much better. Much better. Rax is just doing his favorite position in a boss fight. We thank him for his service. I forgot how much fun Samurai is. Still my favorite melee class, I think. The only thing that might beat is Reaper. Are you not familiar with the F meme, Giga Pudding? I would say so, Yura. What they do with Samurai after Stormblood is they add a lot more complexity to it at the end of its basic combos. By the time you're in Stormblood, you're mostly just doing the basic 1, 2, 3. Whoa! Oh, the basic 1, 2, 3 shot, right? You know, getting the 3 combos and using them properly. Later on, you have to balance your sword gauge, and of course the echo abilities, which I forget what they're called, but essentially every combo, every conclusion of a combo, you can then double up on. And once you've doubled up enough times, you gain access to a big-ass hit, which is always very fun. So you're doing your basic combo, which is building up your sword, which is always something you can weave into your other actions. You're also building up to the double combos, and the double combos build up to your execute. So instead of just the initial, it's the 3. Make sense? Exactly, Yura. The big thing I was missing is I wasn't doing my weaving properly, if you're wondering. And that was what kept screwing me up. It's because I had to come up with a weird way to do weaving. So there is one major detriment to Samurai. It has too many goddamn buttons. So to make it work, what I did was I made a couple of macro abilities to design some of my basic abilities to also then use the off cooldown abilities. And so I kind of put a couple of them periodically in my buttons in order to, and then I just remember this one is this off GCD ability, this one is this off GCD ability. And so the way it works in practice is when I'm in the middle of a global cooldown, so in other words, I can't use the button properly, that's when I tap it again to get the off GCD ability. Makes sense? But I was having trouble remembering which abilities were where, and that's what kept throwing me. Once I remembered it, was like, boom, and I figured it out and started doing better. And I'm sure my DPS was crap. I'm actually not running ACT right now, so I have no idea. With that, the Phoenix is shackled once more. However, there's still a matter of this arena. As you've told us, there's but one person in Asphodelis with the ability and authority to wield such magics. Unfortunately, he appears he has saved us the trouble of finding him. Dun dun dun. I know, Samurai has so many abilities. It's right up there with Astrologian. A contemptible display as befits an inferior specimen. Even so, I expected it would at least delay your advance. Imagine my surprise when I saw the chains of interment drag the Phoenix back to its cage. Either the bird is more of a failure than its creators care to admit, or you are no mean trespassers. Yeah, no, as much as I enjoy Samurai, and to be clear, I do, it is definitely bloated. It needs some fixing. Like, I have made it work. He's just straight up Dracula. But it probably shouldn't work. He's even got the same beard. Keyword Hesperos. Why? Why have you brought such chaos to your beloved Pandemonium? Pandemonium, pitiless, impenetrable, and utterly steadfast, unlike those charged with its keeping. What has possessed you? I don't understand. He's Dracula! Look at him! He's Dracula! God damn. No, seriously, do me a favor right now. Go Google Castlevania Dracula image search, and you will see I am not exaggerating. Oh, Eric, must you pester me with these inane questions? Oh my god, he's got fangs! He has fangs! He has fangs! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god. Think for yourself. Surely you can muster a theory or two with that dim wit of yours. Then again, you have never been one for insight. Why Master La Habrea suffers your mediocrity, I shall never understand. Look, I'm as much of a Castlevania fan as the next person. Soten scored quite well when we re-reviewed it. You may look like him, but you're not the Hesperos I know. Something has warped you, too, from the inside out. The keyword I know had compassion for those under his charge, be they clad in robes or shackled in chains. Was it all a farce? Did you hide your contempt for us all these years? Those who are content to merely glimpse the water surface are doomed to be dragged to its depths. You prove my opinion of you with every word. My mind is clearer than it's ever been. Even now, seeing you feebly grasp for answers makes the bile rise in my throat. Such wasted potential. To be son to Master La Habrea, yet no more skilled with magic than a newborn babe. Of course, it's always about La Habrea. Yeah, can we let go of him, too? Can we tie off that particular thread? He's dead. They're all dead. Silence. You are not worthy to utter his name. For once, be grateful to witness a feat beyond your meager abilities. Beyond your shallow reckoning, I have slipped the surly bonds of mortality. I have become one with our mythic creations and rid myself of imperfections. I stand upon the threshold of godhood. Oh my god. He has vampire ego syndrome. So named for a reason. As Epimetheus shall I serve, Master Labre, ever faithful to the end of days. And he shall require no other. I think not. Are you so blinded by arrogance you've lost sight of what it means to serve? Eric is more capable than you could ever know. It's thanks to his instruction I was able to master the art of interment, both how to wield it and how to break free of it. Hi. I'm the man who's going to kill you. Lord, let us quit this place. Whatever poison has corrupted his mind, it is plain his power far eclipses our own. We might have time to gather our strength. For real, I think we can manage this. Alright, I have a really dumb question in chat. Could you remind me which fight Thaliac was? Just remind me, like, the basics of it. They frittered away their strength in calming the beast of Asphodelos. I continue my work. Even should they survive long enough to reach the heart of my domain, naught shall await them but doom. I eagerly await your arrival. Triangles, math, thank you. That's the one. Thank you, thank you. Share with me your ruminations. No! My darkest suspicions have been realized. We face the keyword of Asphodelos himself. More than that, Eric worries me. He loved Hesperos for his compassion, but received not but scorn for whatever the keyword has become. I mean, yeah, Rax. He has said little since our return. I hope the shock of recent events does not prove a death knell for his resolve. Maybe I shouldn't play Reaper for this one. Yeah, we were making room for Blade Turval. Whoever did it, thank you for making the slot. I think we'll do a machinist for this one. Like my portrait for machinist, by the way. I know I can't make it any bigger, but I'm actually pretty proud of all my portraits. It's why I'm irritated that some of them aren't really working out. Speaking of which, Samurai. Where is it? There it is. Samurai looks like this. And yes, these are all the PvP portraits and abilities. I got them incidentally while I was getting something else. Do I have one for Blue Mage? No! Much as I am loath to disturb Eric so soon after what just occurred, I am afraid circumstances do not afford the luxury of time. Perhaps it will do him well to speak about recent events concerning both the keyword and his father. This is when we get chainsaw. Yep. And looks like that's it. Yeah, we don't change a lot as machinists, do we? We get chainsaw. We now have our shotgun. And yeah, our reassembles. There. Well, yeah, because we've got... yeah, there. So spread shot gets turned into scattergun, and there's our reassemble up to 2, and there's the potency of our basic attacks go up, both of them. That also allows us to up our pet. And that reduces the recast time of Tactician to 90 seconds. That should be under there, yep. There's there, yep, cool. Listen, I'm gonna be real, buddy. I'm kind of in a hurry here, so we're gonna go through this at my pace. Yes, he is the son of La Habrea. Bereft of his talent for magic or his mind, but his son nonetheless. Surely this doesn't come as a surprise to you. I had an inkling when you said you practiced the ethereal shackle since childhood, assuming you haven't been employed here that long. Nah, it was La Habrea who taught me it, but he's evil. I mean, it was actually the mother. You speak of Athena. Okay, so Athena is apparently La Habrea's beau, or beauette. How astute. I can see why you were chosen to lead. You were the right of it. Athena was my mother. La Habrea had nothing to do with me joining her. You're just stealing Zira's joke now, Rax. I see there's little love lost between you two. My mother is no longer with us. No. She was killed by a mysterious adventurer from the future. What love do I owe him now when he offered not one drop of compassion then? Yeah, La Habrea is not a great guy. I've known only the public face of La Habrea. While he's lauded for his ability to maintain composure in the face of unnerving circumstance, I must admit, he often comes across as cold. Can we speak of something else? This topic isn't easy. Of course, there are more pressing matters at hand. We must kill Hesperos. Castlevania must be conquered. We must go after him first and foremost. Yep, I agree. I hate this music, as I always do. He has become one with the creations. Maybe he's vulnerable to internment. In theory, possible. However, confine him after all he's done? I need to know why. I must know why he turned to evil. It's because he's a vampire, dude. Come on. If you fail to confine him, I can always kill him. Why did he become a vampire? Teeth, duh. How is a better question. Thank you, Laura. You're welcome. I mean, I did just say I'm going to kill him if you fail. We all know too well he can change the environment at will. The battle will not be easy. I expect some good environmental stuff in this fight. Yeah, I'm kind of a giant. It's something I'm legitimately proud of. My character is quite tall. I'm tall in real life, but my character is a giant. It's always funny standing next to Alphino and Alize, who are quite literally half my height. It's true, my character can legitimately dunk. Get dunked on! And yes, I did, Linareth. It's all on break. Did she say AFK and I missed it? She must have. So which one was Lim Land? That was the underwater one, wasn't it? Actually, no. Elizon are the third tallest race, not counting the ears of bunny people. But Rogadin are ugly, and so are Aura. So it was an easy choice for me. Femros are fine, but I'm a guy, so... Yes. The time has come. The moment is at hand. I like Bregwin's portrait. Have I mentioned that I love drill, by the way? Just absolutely love it. I swear half my enjoyment from this class comes from the ability to drill. It's just such a great big hit, and it has such a little cooldown. Okay, that hurt a little bit. That's both our healers, by the way. Yeah, that is straight up a white. What the hell happened there? Damn, that's a mean proximity attack then. Holy crap. Oof. Moving on. Back to drilling him in the back. Or, you know what I mean. Same spot. Okay. Oh yeah, that scales off hard, doesn't it? I didn't like Machinist earlier on, but yeah, no, Machinist definitely has grown on me over the years. Yeah, no, I got in the DPS range marker, or DPS marker type, so I don't know why that did damage. That hurt. Not gonna lie. You got this. A lot of boss songs in this game have vocals. It's actually pretty common. You know, Blade Chaval, you could do a limit break. That's too late. Never mind. I'll be honest, it didn't even occur to me. I tend to forget limit breaks exist unless I'm a viewer. So, no judgment. That's funny, Blade. They've managed 5% since last I checked. Yeah, honestly, if one of them was a warrior, we'd have this in the bag. Or a paladin, yeah. It's almost a shame we don't have determination. Oh, absolutely, Euro. I've said for years that the best gameplay in this game are the boss fights and the class design. That's where most of the good gameplay comes from. My opinion. Criterion later this week, so we'll see. Good question, though, Tataru. Good job. I'm glad I brought Machinist for that. Machinist is really solid at 90. I've noticed a lot of the classes at 90 follow a similar pattern. Very minor changes that add on to the class at the end of it. And yeah, range on that fight was really, really helpful. But yeah, the extra reassemble, you'd think that's such a minor thing, but no, having one other charge of reassemble was huge. Tactician is obviously great, but Chainsaw, ooh. The addition of Chainsaw once every minute. No, that's legit. Hey, can I have more tools, please? Please. Now, Themis, we end this here. This far, no farther. Oh yeah, no, the charge system, which WoW actually did invent, and FF14 thankfully borrowed, was a great idea. Actually, I say WoW invented it. Like, Diablo 3 invented the charge system. And FF14 and WoW have both benefited from the charge system a lot. I think I would fall before one such as you. Perhaps I should have treated you as more than a mere nuisance. Despite your victory, you shall never have the knowledge you seek. The secrets of my transformation, the secrets of my deception, they return to the planet with me. You're wasting your breath, Hesperos. We have the upper hand now. Surely you can see that. Yes, my repertoire is not yet exhausted yet, however. Although I have failed, my end shall be on my terms. I was to say, you notice we're also a vampire hunter. Not on purpose. I didn't know what we were getting into, but, you know. Yeah, charges, it's funny. I could actually talk a while about how big of a sea change charges are to ability rotation. They put a lot more of the control over cooldowns into the player's hand. And they add a bit of a gradient, which not only rewards skill and timing, but allows the player to decide when exactly you want to use what abilities and when. Because as long as you have at least one of the abilities on charge, at least one charge cooling down, then you're at the very least being efficient. You may not be being maximally efficient, but you are still being efficient. So it benefits players who are of lower skill level, but also it gives more options for players who are of higher skill level, too. It's a great concept, really. Anyway, sorry. I love the charge system. It was such a great idea. Your star shone more brightly than any other in Pandemonium. You had La Habre's respect and trust, and what more did you seek? You would forsake all that and sully your legacy besides. It's a good question, Mad Overlord. He became so blinded by his own desires, he lost sight of his duty. In the end, he lost everything, and his plans lie in tatters. I failed to see any dignity in that. Even so, I would have liked to know why he chose this path. Hesperos' infatuation with your father was his undoing. Perhaps he was jealous that fate had chosen you, and not him, to be La Habre's son. So terrible did this jealousy become, he sought verboten power so that La Habre would be unable to ignore. How does a pursuit for respect warps one's heart so? It's called jealousy. How does infatuation with one person turn into contempt for everyone else? It's called envy. I've never heard of such a thing. It happens. Doesn't mean it's right. See, I admit I cannot but find it vexing, but perhaps that signifies not but my own capacity for bitterness. I do understand what it is to have a beacon to follow in dark times, a person you trust to guide you true. How it is to desperately wish their light would fall upon you again. But we have spent enough time assuming the intentions of the departed. They are living to consider. We must find the other warders and round up the remaining creations forthwith. Of that, at least, we can be certain. I believe I can be of help in that matter. The influence of Hesperos' magic is fading throughout the Asphodelos. Now is the perfect opportunity to seize control of the facilities and restore things to their original state. Seize control? Can you really do that? Yeah. What is this presence? Eric, what lies beyond that threshold? It's the passage which connects to Abyssos. Why? Be on your guard, you two. Now that Asphodelos is free of obstructions, I can more easily sense disturbances at lower levels. Something stirs in Abyssos. Yeah, I'm like 99% sure I know who Themis actually is here. I've been staying quiet about it because I don't want to potentially spoil. But there are like 5 of you who don't already know this quest chain. Warding sigil. How? Yeah, they're not really being subtle about it, right? Let's return to the gates for now. I should like to appraise the situation from there. Needless to say, our investigation is far from over. I do forget that, Rax. You're right. It's Ranjit! I knew it! But yeah, white robe, white mask, and apparently voice acted, but mostly his demeanor. That's what's pushing me. Visuals can be misguiding, but the way he talks? No, that's clearly him. Although we have defeated Hesperos, it appears we have but scratched the surface of Pandemonium's troubles. My head is still swimming with questions. Could this mean Hesperos wasn't actually behind this? No, it was La Habrea! It is a stark possibility, yes. The root of this crisis may lie somewhere much deeper than even Abyssos. When we first encountered you, you said memories of your escape were vague and your senses muddled. I believe this is more than the result of a panicked mind. You were made to feel this way by a powerful magical influence. It is possible this same magic could have poisoned Hesperos' heart, twisting his affection for La Habrea into a burning obsession. Then in his altered state he was made to offer of power he could not refuse. He became a vampire. Are you suggesting someone else turned Hesperos into that thing? If so, it stands to reason they wouldn't stop at him. Indeed, our mysterious mastermind does not lack for subjects for his experiments, for more potential Hematheor. Whatever. If what you're saying is true, my colleagues, they're doomed to share the same fate as Hesperos. Don't worry, I'll kill them. Do not lose heart. Hesperos challenged us alone, and that tells us the process of his creation was a long and taxing one. If he is the first, the rest of the warders are likely still alive. However, oh my god, he, she, and them is all in Themis' word, or name. However, I would like to hasten deeper into Pandemonium. The way forward is sealed off. We must focus our efforts on finding a way through. With the creation still having free reign of Asphodelos, that won't be easy. On the contrary, I yet to retain control of these circles, and thus can wield interment magic within their halls at will. The creatures will pose no threat to us. Just like that? Is nothing stopping us from returning order to Asphodelos? Yeah. Just so. I shall require your expertise to keep the peace after the subjects have been returned to their confinement, however. You are the sole remaining warder, after all. Truth be told, I did not expect this investigation to become so involved. Of course, I would like to resolve matters here without resorting to outside help, but... Do you mean to send a report to La Habrea? Too soon to say. Let us spend 4 months before we decide that. Agreed. Even so, if it means saving even a single life within Pandemonium, I'm not above asking La Habrea for help. Should it come to that. Recent discoveries certainly paint Hesperos' actions in a new light. The number of unknown elements in the investigation grows, and we must proceed forward with the utmost caution. To that end, Eric and I shall remain here for the time being. Much as I enjoy your company, I do believe we'll be needing protection for as long as we remain. You should take the time to rest. Take about 4 months off. Nonsense. You owe us nothing. It was thanks to your knowledge of magics which govern this place we were able to come this far. Elsewise, we would have likely succumbed to the Hippocampus's assault. Each of us has arrived at this dire pass by separate paths, but it's only by combining our respective expertise we will reach the end of it and see Pandemonium saved. That would be a fun minigame. Alright, now that you've fought the boss battle, you have to go play Prison Architect to get the setup ready for the next boss battle. Yeah, go fight the 12 in the meantime. Maybe work on your island. I don't know. There's other stuff you can do. Meanwhile, let me go back to the present. Where are you going? A couple dozen thousand years into the future. What? By the way, in case anybody missed it, I did give that boss fight a double positive. There were a couple of trial and error abilities he used, but once I knew what to look for, all of his abilities were very well markered. And it's a fun fight regardless. Probably one of the best ones I've seen recently. In fact, I believe the only double bosses I've given so far are Halone, Menfina, and Hesperos. Yep, I'm right. Welcome back from the past, none the worse for wear. So what'd you find? We will see what we do tomorrow, Linnea Ruth. The usual rule, and this is true for all MMO streams, we've been pretty particular about this, is when people are available is when we do content, and when they're not, well, that's when we have filler content, aka solo stuff. And we still have the Criterion stuff to do, and then we have the MSQ to do. We also have to show off the Island Sanctuary. Obviously, since so much of that is time-gated, we're not going to be actually doing too much with it. It appears the voiced lore heard from the crystal spoke the truth. As for who left it behind, those are questions yet answered. Indeed, it could be someone who lived among the ancients, or it could be someone trying to avert a tragedy in the future. Much remains shrouded in mystery. Yet ilm by ilm we shall unveil that mystery, with the help of lore, of course. Yeah, it's another thing. MSQ usually involves having 4 other people, because they usually do dungeons. I happen to know with certainty there are 2 raids in the MSQ, but I don't think we'll run into those immediately. So that's some solo/dungeon content we can do, while we wait for 7 people to be on. There's no telling what consequence would arise if we stop pursuing this matter now. Whatever plot is unraveling within Pandemonium, we must not let it reach its conclusion. What if one of those creatures should escape? What ripples would carry forth to the future? It's okay, I'm almost positive this is a Type 1 time travel, so they never escaped because they have not currently escaped. Oh yeah, speaking of which, for those of you wondering, I have at the moment committed to at least 1 run of each variant dungeon. That's the only thing I've committed to. More than that, we will certainly debate. Yeah, I'm just kidding. Type 1, Evo. Time is a linear line. All time travel that ever happened, always happened. Sorry, I'm not reading all this out loud because this is just like, yeah, here's where you can go turn in stuff to get gear, and you should go wait, and oh, I wonder what's happening in the past. We should look into this situation, and blah, 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 blah. Spaceballs does not have time travel. Spaceballs has plaid travel. There is still an empty text problem in this expansion. That's an interesting question, Lope, because last I checked, Alexander was Type 1 time travel. Although it can and has been argued that Alexander is Type 2, essentially masquerading as Type 1, but functionally it is Type 1, even if it is Type 2, which I know sounds strange. For those of you not aware, let me explain the difference there. So type 1 time travel means all that ever happened always will happen, and always... all that ever happened happens and will happen. In other words, any time travel that ever happened always happened. So you cannot change the past because you already did it, if that makes sense. There's no possibility to try and break the system because any attempt to do so was something you already attempted. And because the system is not currently broken, any attempt you make in the past to break the system was already something that was pushed back against. Make sense? Oh, by the way, I will be doing roulettes tonight while I'm playing D&D. Now, here's the catch. Type 2 time travel can appear like Type 1 time travel. So Type 2 is, there is one timeline, but it's malleable. You can change it. But if you go back into the past and do things very, very precisely in a way that accommodates the way history already happened, then it would look a lot like Type 1, wouldn't it? Even though you changed history, you did it so minutely and so precisely that nothing actually changed. Ergo, it's actually Type 2, but it looks a lot like Type 1. And yeah, Loke and I actually discussed this back when we were doing Alexander 2 years ago. At least I think that was you. So, Type 2 can look like Type 1. Having said all of that, the overwhelming majority of time travel in this game does follow the Type 1 standard. Now, that's not unusual either. The specific method of time travel can be of a different type. Chrono Trigger is a perfect example of this. In Chrono Trigger, both Type 1 and Type 2 happen. And if Chrono Cross is to be believed, which it isn't, but if we include Chrono Cross, then Type 3 also exists. You know, I'm always asked that, Spartan, and I never understand that question. See, most people, if I can just talk about this for a second, most people look at Time 1 travel and say, free will is an illusion, and I don't understand that. Because they're looking at it from the perspective of the future. If you did something in a certain way, and you're always going to do something in a certain way, because that's the thing that you did, therefore, they're looking at it from that perspective and saying, oh, well, there's no free will. But that's like looking at real-life history books and saying the people in the past had no free will, which is wrong, clearly. The reason that history is the way it is because of free will, because people chose to do and be the way that they are. So adding time travel into the mix doesn't actually change anything, really. All it does is allow you to choose what you will, what you have, will, or, sorry, screw up my tenses. What you are, will, and have done. That's all. Put this another way. Let's say that you, predestination is its own thing. There are some settings that have predestination, but most settings that touch on Type 1 time travel don't. In most settings, Type 1 time travel is just you choosing to do what you always were going to choose to do because you're you. Because you've expressed your freedom of will. Because you've expressed your sentience, your sapience, your ability to choose. And that's what created the history that you will create. Make sense? I'll use a specific example of that. In Star Trek, one of the very, very few Type 1 time travel episodes of Star Trek was Time Zero. Not to spoil that too much, but the idea in that episode is that even knowing some of the stuff that happens, they're debating, you know, what do we do and how do we do it? But in the end, they decide to choose to do certain things at certain times. And that's what happened in order to lead to the loop being concluded. It wasn't they were following destiny's path, it was they were choosing. Excuse me. That has more to do with the subconscious, Lunarith, which is a little bit different. And honestly, that still arguably ties into freedom of will. In other words, people can choose to do things far faster than their brain can surface level process, right? This is actually something we can demonstrate very easily if you've ever seen someone who does something on very, very, very fast reflexes. A speedrunner, a racer, a fighter pilot, right? Some people can instinctually, subconsciously do things way faster than their brain surface level has a chance to process. Now, how much of that's tied into free will or not, that's a lot more debatable because this is real life. But instinct can be really fast. It's also one of the reasons why, and I'll use a personal example here. First of all, I have extremely fast instincts. It's why I survived the car wreck 2 years ago. And it's also why my niece did not get bitten by a dog, because my instincts were just there before I even processed what was happening. But to use another example of that, there have... oh god, I had a specific example, it's gone now. I've lost it. I had a specific... Sorry, I'm really, really hungry. Remember, I only had a Snickers for lunch. Like, I'm shaky at this point. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Point being that in Deep Space Nine, the Bell Riot situation is a very interesting question, because most of Star Trek has to do with Type 2 time travel, the overwhelming majority of it. It's very rare they delve into Type 3. And it's also even rarer that they delve into Type 1. So yeah, it is very likely that in the Bell Riots, that's straight up Type 2. You know, Sisko went back, accomplished the Bell Riots, there you are. They even comment on this, if you remember, in the Ferengi joke episode, where Nog is like, hey, does this guy look like Sisko to you? Anyways. Tomorrow, we have Criterion Dungeons to unlock, we have MSQ to do, we have the island to show off, and I actually think that's it. Tonight, while I am playing D&D, I will probably be going ahead and doing some roulettes in the background. Very, very idly and very, very not paying attentioningly, but I'm gonna be honest about that. But if anybody wants to join me, you are more than welcome to. Otherwise, I will see the rest of you tomorrow.